showing modest increases for both headline and core retail inflation, mostly due to a correction to distortion stemming from price collection challenges during the government shutdown last October and half of November. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. Look around your home right now, especially the kitchen and the bathrooms. Obviously, you use them every day. Think about a refresh. And that's where my friends at Kitchen Magic come in. They're family-owned, crafting high-quality American-made kitchens and baths, and they make the process so simple from start to finish. Right now, you enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations. Start the new year with a home that looks better and works better for you. KitchenMagic.com. Do it today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family-favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. Lock in your savings rate and watch your money grow as you earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go! Live on this Monday, January the 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Monday. That means Harry Mays will join us for the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
You know what OI stands for? OI?
Oi?
OI.
Oi.
OI. Offensive inconsistency.
Ooh.
Oi.
Ooh. I like that one. We'll trademark that one.
Thank you.
And we'll repeat that 24/7 for the next 3 or 4 months.
That was
painful. That was painful. Hello, Gregory.
Former New York governor, Andrew Cuomo, may be making a comeback.
As future offensive coordinator of the Eagles?
As a radio talk show host.
3 to 6 on 1210?
The Democrat 68 is in talks with 77 WABC to host a radio gig. The station's owner, John Cassimedes, confirmed to the Post, I think he wants to do a show.
Well,
he wants to stay in touch with the people, said Cassimedes, who said a show is in the works.
Yeah, a lot of people want to do a show, but what exactly qualifies him to do said show?
Wow.
Because there's an opening, because Curtis Lee won.
Right. So they go from one failed mayoral candidate to another? Maybe they should do the Mamdani Hour while they're at it. Put him on from 6 to 7 to wrap up their local programming for the day.
I actually think he would make a really good talk show host,
Zoran?
to be honest with. No, not Zoran.
Oh.
Cuomo.
His first guest would have to be his brother, right?
Yeah. You would think. I would do a radio show with those two. If I was in New York, not here.
So you would put a Democrat on a conservative station?
It's not real. I mean, they have Patterson does a show on that station.
Oh, okay.
They have a ton of people who
Interesting.
are not.
Also, he's a Cuomo,
Yeah.
so he's a different
Breed?
kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously
Wow.
different kind of Democrat,
Gotcha.
not a progressive.
No, well, of course not. No. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be my first guy, but I could see why they would do it, right?
Who would be your first guy?
In that spot?
Yeah.
They already have Kill Meat on, don't they?
No.
No? I thought they carried the Kill
yes,
Meat
they do.
show.
Yes, they do. That's true.
That's
I should
interesting.
know
I don't
this.
know. Jesse Waters already has too many jobs. He wouldn't take that. I'd have to think about it.
Well, it depends on everybody's contracts, right, Greg?
Stop thinking of pundits. Think of people outside the box. Cuomo's outside the box. That's why I like this thinking. Hint, hint.
Okay. Hint, hint.
All right, you know what? Since they do have other people on that station that are not necessarily right of center, how about Michael Rappaport?
He would be great.
He's a flamethrower.
He would be a great talk show host.
I mean, he likes to throw darts on social media.
He would be a great talk show
Now,
host.
doing a 3-minute video on X versus filling 2 hours is totally different.
Yeah.
But yeah, outside of the box, Rappaport. So he could slam Mamdani every day and then say it's on the table that he's going to vote for a Republican. It's on the table, folks! And then he votes Democrat anyway. But I digress. Oh, we have a lot to get to on the show today. No doubt about it. ICE in Minnesota. What transpired, what was released after we got off the air on Friday, the theme of the Big Take, and also the protests and the violence that hits home locally here in Philadelphia, including Frank Scales, which I know, Dawn, you will have coming up later on your show today, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Every Monday, Frank and Ian, come on.
All right. We will have that as part of our Big Take this morning. And then also some of the fallout from the weekend around the country. And we have got to get to 2 other stories that I think are interesting. How Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene's fallout actually goes back further than we first thought.
Uh-oh.
We'll get into that. Proof that MTG is a stone fraud. Not that I called that 3 years ago or anything. And also, maybe hell is freezing over, because when it comes to capping interest rates on credit cards, Donald Trump and one socialist Democrat are on the same page. We'll get to that. Plus, why Gen Z is the most selfish generation of all time. We have the Eagles, Cut Sheet with Harry Mays, Fight Club, and a whole lot more. But let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news here at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Monday morning, January the 12th, looks like we're at 32 degrees, warming up, and it is a bit of a spring-like warm-up. Not quite as warm as we got last week, but a high of 50 degrees. We're talking about all of it. Obviously, we'll get into it. R.I.P. Eagles. Last night, what a devastating loss. 23-19 first-round loss. And so in this one, the 49ers will now travel to Seattle for the NFC divisional round next weekend. I'm assuming our own Phil Almquist will have all of the details. Normally I would lead with this, but I'm just headlining it for you. Not that you have to be any more depressed about it.
I knew it was over the moment I saw Mayor Sherelle Parker do the Eagles chant and spell Eagles correctly.
That's right.
That was a bad omen.
Because you have to spell
Right.
it the way that she did in that one chant where we won.
That's correct.
E-L-G-S, Eagles!
Might have been how I spelled it, standing atop a rock somewhere in Italy, but it was after a wine tasting, so. And then Anne-Marie Muldoon sent it to Dan Borowski, and there we go.
And away we go.
Yeah. So we have a lot going on. We'll talk about the Eagles. We'll talk about all of it. But we do have 2 people still hospitalized. They were stabbed at a SEPTA platform. This happened over the weekend. Police responding to the 40th Street station near Market Street around 7:30. Authorities saying that 40th Street station, I think they meant, well, it was the 40th Street station near Market around 7:30 in the evening. They say a woman stabbed a man as he entered the station, stabbed another woman on the eastbound platform, and right now the man's still in critical condition, the woman is stable, and they did take that suspect in custody. So was this a domestic situation? Was this a robbery attempt? What was this? We'll try to get into it, get the details as we move forward, but at least they took that suspect into custody. We do have SEPTA running on all four this morning, as you would say, so that's a good thing. We've had a lot of construction, a lot of problems, but that from SEPTA this morning. Let's talk about what happened over the weekend, and I know that this is the subject of the big take, so I'll just take you across the nation and give you the headlines of this, that these anti-ICE coordinated rallies across our region and the nation, demonstrators marching through Philadelphia over the weekend, calling on defunding U.S. immigration and ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, carrying those signs that oftentimes you'll notice the signs are alike, whether it's in Philadelphia or whether it's in Delco, whether there was another one yesterday in Mount Airy, East Mount Airy, but across the nation, carrying those signs, ICE has to go, and no fascist USA. Again, these signs sometimes they're homemade looking, but other times they are all exactly alike. Remember, President Trump talked about the signs. Wasn't that just last week?
Mm-hmm.
He said,
yep.
Whoever puts out these signs, even before Venezuela, before anybody really knew, they have the signs posted.
And it's been a common theme, right? Whether it was No Kings protests, whether it's ICE, whether it was, what was the other protest that we had in the last 18 months? I forget, but there's been 3 of them now where you can tell which ones are paid for and which ones are organic as far as the people that show up. And there's plenty of them that just travel. Like, they show up in every city.
So you guys don't think anybody's pissed off about this? You think that this is
it's a mix.
Okay.
I think
it's a mix.
I think it's a mix.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
They were putting out, if you have the neighborhood app, and it's pretty good. Sometimes they'll say, people are asking like, hey, what's a great handyman? Or usually it's a lost dog or a cat, but all over the neighborhood, so-called neighborhood feeds, which feel very organic, they were putting out basically official press releases on the ones that were, close to your neighborhood. So mine, they were in East, they were telling you they were in East Mount Airy, where they were on Germantown Avenue and that sort of thing. So to your point, Greg, I think people are riled up, but I definitely
you have to organize somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, like, you see a Facebook group or something, and then there's that. Is that organized? Is that put on by George Soros? You know what I mean? It's just funny that every time there's a sort of liberal or Democrat protest, the immediate response is always like, well, this is organized. Who's funding this? Blah, 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 blah. Now, there's a lot of people pissed off, really pissed off about it.
And it's not illegal to fund a protest, by the way. I know there's like this stigma, like to what you're saying, Greg, like, oh, it's funded by insert whoever you want to label as the boogeyman. Not against the law to fund it. So, Yeah,
I wasn't even suggesting that, but you think about, well, Greg brings up a good point. You think about the organization level, whether it's that or when Moms for Liberty was here, that was organized and paid for, as far as those Communist Party people who were handing out $50 to $100 gift cards. But in any instance, if you really think about it, to Greg Stocker's point, the Democrats and progressives are very good at organizing. They're very good at community organizing.
Yeah.
It's seriously, it's their thing.
And it's not that difficult, right? Like, oh, it's organized. Right? They didn't crack the Da Vinci Code. Like, hey, Philadelphia, Saturday, the 10th of whatever, 10 a.m., corner of, boom, bring whatever, boom. Like, we're not talking about invading a foreign country here. Yeah, it's just not that hard to send out the talking points and where you got to meet up at. I agree it's organized, but let's not make it like this is, trying to organize my sock drawer. It's a different chest.
And so, by the way, in Philadelphia specifically, why did they choose one of the marches? It started at City Hall, then ended with the rally outside the Federal Detention Center. Why? Because the organizers there did tell the media they chose that location, the Federal Detention Center, because they believe detainees are being held inside. They hope those individuals hear their support. So we don't have a lot of word here in our area, with the exception of maybe Norristown. We did have all those arrests last summer. But in Philadelphia, we're often not on the radar as much as other major cities like New York, Chicago, Miami, L.A., obviously.
What was the biggest street that we had in the city for the protest? Were they on Market or Broad? Do we know where they were on Friday and Saturday?
Well, they marched, and yesterday too. I think the biggest one was probably and overall since last Wednesday, in and around City Hall. But the one on Germantown Avenue in Philadelphia was significant. The one in Mount Airy, not as big.
Just wait until the Kevin Patullo protesters show up on Broad Street.
Oh, boy.
You think ICE was bad?
And we're also learning more about the ICE officer, often, let's face it, demonized by politicians, protesters, and in some cases the media. But we're learning more about his decorated military. He's a decorated military veteran deployed to Iraq and so on. So we'll talk about that this morning as well. And all of this as the debate rages on about 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis. Officials say she struck the ICE officer with her vehicle. That's when officials say the officer opened fire in self-defense. And so Frank Scales, Ian McKee, maced, assaulted, treated in the ER locally. Nick's going to talk about them and give you those updates, and they'll be here in our studios coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. So we'll talk about all of that. And as well, who was the last Minnesota woman who was shot and killed? Why didn't Democrats ever, or anybody for that matter, protest or rally about her death? So we'll talk about all of that, giving you some of those headlines. In Los Angeles, a man in custody after police say he weaponized a U-Haul truck speeding through a group of demonstrators who were showing support of the Iranian people. 2 people suffering, we're told, non-life-threatening injuries in Westwood, in the Westwood section of Philadelphia. Hundreds of protesters marching through the streets, and President Trump reportedly weighing this range of options against Iran amid the country's crackdown on protesters that human rights groups say have killed more than 500 people as of this morning. Just checking the White House schedule. I know that the president meets in the Oval Office with Archbishop Coakley. Other headlines for President Trump: he participates in a signing. And then 4 o'clock this afternoon, the president meets with the CEO of Tunnel to Towers, to the foundation T2T that we've been talking a lot about, particularly because Tunnels to Tower, of course, paying off the mortgage of our slain Delaware state trooper that was just buried, and the funeral was for him last week. I will take you to Bucks County, and I'll say this because the new district attorney was sworn in. And so to the point of Greg Stocker, who talked about organization level, you think about Joe Kahn, the new DA for Bucks County, replacing Jennifer Shorn, who by all accounts, nobody said she did not do a good job, but Democrats coming together in Bucks County, a so-called purple county. But in this one, Joe Kahn, the first Democrat to be elected. I think this is like post-Civil War. So the statistics are pretty incredible. And so is this a sign that Bucks County is turning more blue than purple? Just wanted to give you that reminder that he, much like their new sheriff, who's a Democrat, was in fact sworn in just yesterday. Joe Kahn, the new Democrat DA. We do have some Mummers news for now. Tickets went on sale as the Mummers string bands are gearing up for their big competition, the 2026 String Band Spectacular. Official judging competition event, the Philadelphia Mummers String Band Association, coming to Lincoln Financial Field. So this was just announced yesterday. It will take place, this is what we're being told, Saturday, January 31st, 2 p.m. So this postponement obviously happened due to the all that wind and horrible weather, high winds, New Year's Day. Due to those weather concerns, the damage that destroyed many of the props, and as well, we had multiple people from the String Band Association who were rushed to the hospital and treated. So now they say they'll be good to go. That competition will happen at the end of the month, Saturday, January 31st.
Yeah, perfect timing. The link won't be in use again for another 7 months.
Well, and that was it. They didn't announce it until, because I think they had contingencies, from my sources, contingencies. If the Eagles won, what would happen if the Eagles lost? So I guess, I don't know, is this now a precursor that high winds and the String Band Association was historic? That's never happened in like 350 years and 125 years officially for the Mummers. They started in 350 years ago, but officially 100. Is that some kind of a precursor? That the high winds struck, the competition couldn't go on. Then we had the high winds yesterday, And I guess the offensive line couldn't go on. I'm not sure.
Wait, hang on. We're blaming the winds,
Yep.
not the bad play calling, and the mediocre quarterback that is Jalen Hurts.
You're going to blame him?
And the bad, the
distractions?
The A.J.
the
Brown
sidelines?
and Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni always mugging to the camera, yelling at A.J. Brown.
Big Dom had a better catch rate yesterday than A.J. Brown.
Big Dom did great.
Did you see his stomach?
Body catch.
You see that stomach devour that ball? It was like
not
a
the
chicken
belly button.
That was like a chicken parm.
Or a chicken pot pie. We are sponsored. I'll say the positive news of the Mummers comeback on the 31st in the big competition. We'll sponsor by American Heritage Credit Union. American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program, offering lower rates, benefits like a 20% cash reward. Just visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection, insured by NCUA, equal housing opportunity, not a member. Join today, NMLS 433838. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union. And as we move forward, our own Phil Almquist here.
We will, of course, start at the link where the Birds couldn't hold on to a 16-10 lead after 3 and fell to the Niners 23-19. Jalen Hurts was 20 for 35 with 168 yards. That's pitiful. And Saquon Barkley at 106 yards on the ground in the loss. As Dawn mentioned, San Francisco will face Seattle, who had the week off. Nick?
Just embarrassing. 4 things need to happen this offseason. I'm going to stand by every one of these. Number 1, the most obvious. You got to fire offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. He shouldn't be allowed to call plays for LaSalle College High School. All right, that's number 1.
Is it a friend thing, though? Is it a friend thing? Because remember, Peterson had a hissy fit and left because he couldn't choose his guy.
Oh.
Sirianni, this is his guy, right?
This is
he
his
got
guy.
to choose his buddy.
So the coach has to, to save face. He's got to part ways with Patullo.
What does Sirianni do, by the way?
He wears beanies, grows his beard, and walks around like a South Philadelphia tough guy.
Puts down his little headpiece and spits.
Yeah, he loves the space.
Oh,
like
come
it's always
on,
like
you
this, dog.
guys.
It's like,
And then every once in a while, he'll yell at the fans when they're, he's upset with them.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but not for nothing, but he did take us to the Super Bowl, right?
he did.
He
He's
did.
Super Bowl winning.
That is
yeah,
true.
he's on. Actually, historically speaking, stat wise, he's on pace to be like Belichick. So I'm not going to kill him.
Belichick.
Number 2, you got to cut Jake Elliott. Missed extra point yesterday. That's the reason why they couldn't. They could have if he does his job. It's 23-20. You kick a field goal, assuming he makes it, you can go to overtime. Got to go.
And get Christian McCaffrey.
You can get Ray Finkel for all I care.
Christian McCaffrey is his best days are behind him, by the way. Yeah.
I said that for Road Warriors benefit.
And you have to trade A.J. Brown this offseason.
No, absolutely.
He dropped so many passes yesterday. So take your book, take that, whatever you do on the sideline for your mental health. You know what? Trade him to the Patriots. They need a receiver. Stephon Diggs has been accused of assault. Trade A.J. Brown to New England.
Criminals.
And then
They're
number
all a bunch
4,
of criminals.
Draft Lane Johnson's successor. Lane Johnson's got probably another year to 2 years left in the tank. If that, you got to find a right tackle. Without Lane Johnson, they don't win games.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
And you guys, that was the thing when we did our predictions on Friday.
Yep.
For some reason, I don't know. I really thought that because he came back to practice Wednesday,
right.
and for whatever reason, I just inferred, I was convinced he was going to come back.
And he's tough as hell. So for him not to be able to play yesterday,
that foot injury
had to be just.
Jeez.
I mean, he had to be in unbelievable pain. He just probably couldn't move. So terrible. Dang it. All right, Phil, continue.
All right, in terms of the other games, Matthew Stafford threw for 3 touchdowns as the Rams beat Carolina 34-31.
What a weekend of football.
So good.
Honestly, it was probably the best weekend of football.
There's
I can
no
remember
question.
in a
There's
long
Every
time.
single game.
Every game was amazing. I didn't stay up to watch last night's game, but
Well, speaking of that, Greg, like last night when I went to bed, I thought, well, at least the Sixers are going to win.
I'll get to that.
I know.
Well, at least we have the Flyers. How long until pitchers and catchers? Let's go to the phones.
All right, keep it going. Chicago overcame a 21-3 halftime deficit, scoring 25 in the fourth and beat the Packers at Soldier Field 31-27.
How many times can they do that miraculous comeback in the fourth quarter? You know what I mean?
Like, Green Bay missed the extra points too in that game.
Yep.
I just don't know. I mean, like they're a good team, but they always start with a deficit.
I know.
Always.
They're the best second half team I've ever seen and the worst first half team.
Exactly.
They're like the inverse of the Eagles. If we could get the Eagles Eagles first half with the Bears second half, we'd win another Lombardi.
It's like the food pyramid being turned
That's
upside
right.
down.
And Opelka sends me a text. He goes, "Do you have your gambling stench all over my Bears?" I said, "I do, sir."
Wait, I thought
do.
he kind of gave them up because they've been so bad for so long. All of a sudden, he's back on the Bears?
He's back on the Bears bandwagon.
Fair weather fan.
91 LSXer says the left was protesting and the right was on their couches.
I know. Left wingers are out protesting. I'm sitting on the couch for 48 hours straight, gambling slips, empty water bottles.
You're not wrong.
Stay dry, by the way.
No, good.
Still dry.
Good for you.
11 days in.
Wow.
Good for you. As Buffalo beat Jacksonville 27-24, and New England beat the Chargers in the worst game of the weekend, 16-3. Tonight, Houston faces the Steelers in Pittsburgh. So what we know right now in terms of the next weekend, San Francisco will be at Seattle, the Rams will be at the Bears, Buffalo will be at Denver, and the winner of tonight's game will go to New England. Now, keeping with the football for another minute, Indiana crushed Oregon 56-22 in the Peach Bowl, and they'll face Miami for the College Football Championship a week from tonight at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami.
Boy, that Oregon quarterback is not ready for prime time yet.
No. And if he was, the Jets would kill him anyway.
That's why he needs to sit if he is get drafted at 2.
Hey, how about this for a wild fact? There's a possibility. So Miami is playing in the national championship a week from tonight, like you said, in their home stadium.
In their home stadium, Hard Rock
The
Stadium.
49ers are 2 wins away from being in their home stadium for the Super Bowl.
Wow.
The college and pro championship could be decided where the home team is playing in that stadium.
Which is crazy.
That's unbelievable.
Also, as Don alluded to, the Sixers lost to the Raptors in overtime. And the Flyers face the Red Hot Lightning tonight in South Philly at 7. The Lightning have won 9 straight. That's sports for Kayal and Company.
All right, Phil. Philly weather currently 32 degrees. We're going up to 46 today with partly cloudy skies. We'll come back, get to a Monday morning big take. No doubt left in Minnesota in my eyes as ice violence hits home. But first, let's talk about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, where you can start your new year off right with that new or certified pre-owned luxury vehicle that you have been coveting for years. Our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are available to assist you in your unique vehicle search throughout the tri-state area. That's right, the Piazza Premium family has dealerships in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's Piazza PremiumAutos.com. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
A more severe flu season is expected this year. Researchers at Vanderbilt University explain this year's dominant H3N2 virus is being driven by a new, more transmissible variant, subclade K, resulting in more people getting sick. The current flu shot is not a perfect match for subclade K, but still offers substantial protection against severe disease, especially in older adults and young children who are most vulnerable. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve, visiting from out west, wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book horizonservices.com today.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yes, 6:30 live on a Monday morning as we kick off another show and another work week. It is Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We have a lot to jump into this morning. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 when Harry Mays joins us for my favorite edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Not necessarily because Harry joins us, but because we have a lot to get into over the last 72 hours. All the Sunday shows, all the stories that always seemingly break after we get off the air at 10:20. But right now, let's get down to business. Time for a Monday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Staples. The Big Take, no doubt, left in Minnesota as ice violence hits home. Last week here on Kayal and Company, there was zero room for doubt, in my own opinion, on what happened in the deadly ice shooting in Minnesota. We talked about it on Thursday and Friday. A vehicle being used as a deadly weapon is grounds for a law enforcement officer to use deadly force if they believe their life or their fellow officers' lives are in danger. After we got off the air on Friday's edition of Kayal and Company, new video footage from ICE agents was released. And this should leave no doubt in anyone's mind. Except, of course, if you're a left-wing loser. Listen and watch.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. It's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get
out of the
That footage directly from the ICE officer. Every single talking point, every presented narrative obliterated, vaporized. Did Renee Good look terrified to you in the video I just showed you on YouTube? Or was she smiling and being snarky and thinking this was a game? That ICE agent was directly struck by the vehicle. There was nothing peaceful about that. Renee Good's wife thought she was a tough guy. Protester? More like agitator. The Trump administration, the DOJ, and all federal agencies should be doing whatever it takes to find and track down the funders of these paid protesters. Again, not against the law, but to find out where exactly this is emanating from. Some of it organic for sure, some of it coordinated, in my opinion. And I hope that Pam Bondi does to these people what Garland did to J6ers that violated no laws. But it gets crazier. According to polling firm Signal, 61% of liberal white women between the ages of 18 to 44 agree that it's acceptable to go beyond peaceful protests and break the law in response to ICE enforcement. The entire country, Americans as a whole, only believe so at a 24% clip, which to me is still entirely too high. But it shines a light on the biggest issue to common sense in American policy: liberal white women. Former Sixers head coach Doc Rivers, now with the Milwaukee Bucks, he looked like a fool on Friday night as once again the NBA decided to take a stand for social justice against the Trump administration while remaining silent about the league's partnership with a communist regime like China. Listen and watch this.
You know, what happened in Minnesota was a straight up murder, in my opinion. And it's awful. This lady was probably trying to go home and she didn't make it home, and that's really sad. So the whole ICE thing it's a travesty. It's clearly, to me, we're attacking brown people.
Attacking brown people. No, she would have made it home that evening if she didn't hit a law enforcement officer with her vehicle. Speaking of local, let's get to the Philadelphia perspective, because we know left-wing lunacy goes from left to right across your map of America, and we've seen Larry Krasner play the tough guy card. We also saw Sheriff Bilal play that routine as well. But Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel is having none of that, as he clearly distances himself from idiocy within the ranks. Bethel posting the following on X. Over the past 24 hours, Philadelphia Police Department offices have been inundated with calls and emails from across the country and around the world, which makes it necessary to clear up some confusion about law enforcement authority in the city of Philadelphia. Let me be clear. The city of Philadelphia is policed by the Philadelphia Police Department, not the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office. The Philadelphia Police Department is the city's primary law enforcement agency. Our officers are responsible for citywide patrol, criminal investigations, emergency response, and the enforcement of state and local laws. I serve as police commissioner by appointment of the mayor of Philadelphia and operate within the city's executive structure. The Philadelphia Sheriff's Office is a separate entity led by an elected official, County Sheriff Rochelle Bilal. Boom. Translation: sit down, stay in your lane, and shut up, Bilal. Our buddy Sergeant Mark Fusetti added the following on X. A few things need to be cleared up regarding the Philadelphia sheriff. First is she's an elected official and not hired by the mayor. The mayor has no control over her or her office except for a budget. They are not the law enforcement authority of the city. That's Philly PD. They do courtroom security, prisoner transportation, and fugitive arrests in rare cases. They don't enforce the law. She's casting a bright light on the incompetence of her office. Most of the men and women who work there are good people that want to help the city. Unfortunately, if you're not a part of her inner circle, you're treated like garbage. Most of the FOP complaints come from the 150 plus sheriffs and not the 4,000 plus police officers. And of course, those in the Delaware Valley with zero life, They decided to protest on Friday and Saturday, joining the cool kids club of looking like a fool. Frank Scales of Crime Surge Philly, which you will hear coming up with Dawn later today, was doing more of his independent journalism downtown, and he was threatened on Friday night. Listen and watch.
Why do I have to leave?
I'll beat your ass. Why don't you roll out?
Are you threatening me?
Absolutely.
Why are you threatening me?
Because you're in a place you don't need to be, man.
Name?
My name is John.
John what?
Don't worry about it.
So you're John, and you're making threats.
Big John. You can call me Big John.
What are you going to do if I go up in that crowd?
Just go up in the crowd and you'll see. I'm not going
Okay.
to tell. I don't need to tell. Of us don't give about laws, rules, police, jail.
So you don't care about jail
I don't
or give law?
About jail. You think I ain't been to jail before? You think I won't go again? I die for my causes, dog. You better recognize right now.
Why are you pushing?
For those without video capabilities, Big John is about 5 feet 5 inches tall and 230 pounds. After Frank was threatened on Friday, the words became violence on Saturday. Listen and watch.
So we were at the protest, and somebody maced us, somebody did something. So I got to go get my eyes checked and rinsed out. But, we got a ton of content, so stay tuned. And that's really it. So I'm going to get my eyes washed out, about 20 minutes of continuous training. They're saying that we don't know if there's bleach in it. We don't know what they put in the solution that they sprayed at me. So that's why I got to go, but I'm feeling better. And, first time getting maced, every journalist has to go through it at some point, I guess. So, not complaining.
Riding in the back of an ambulance with his eyes visibly red. Hopefully that person who maced Frank has been identified, will be arrested and charged. I watched all of Crime Surge's Philadelphia's Twitter videos over the weekend. Nothing that Frank or any of his associates did would warrant a physical reaction such as macing somebody in the face. But this is the culmination of the Biden administration letting 10, 15, 20 million illegals into the country in 4 years. Americans deemed this to be either the biggest or 1B when it came to issues for the country heading into the 2024 election. Donald Trump won. ICE is removing these dangerous people, and white liberals are going above and beyond their First Amendment rights. And Trump, ICE agents, and guys like Frank Scales are the issue? That's the logic of the left, if they have any left at all. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back to business energy with up to $100 off your custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in store and online. Staples. That was easy. Offer ends January 31st. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. You can reach us on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, your comments in the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. and hit the like and subscribe buttons. Dawn Stensland, your thoughts on what played out throughout the city, throughout the nation, and what happened to one of your guests coming up later this morning?
I know. Got to know Frank, Frank and Ian at Surge Philly, last summer, really, and started having them in every Monday. And they've traveled around the country. They covered for us the Turning Point USA, the AmFest, the first one after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And so really in that one, they're trying to have the conversation to, young, college students as they travel the country and do this, which I think is impressive, quite frankly. And so for Frank, and he'll tell the whole story, but Ian is and they met as best friends, by the way, Roman Catholic High School here in Philadelphia. But Ian was also, knocked, and they both were, beaten up and that sort of thing. So you'll get the full update in the 10 o'clock hour. But, I just think for these guys, I look at the arrests. I mean, they were assaulted, punched, maced. Why wasn't anybody arrested in that? And so I think that there is, I know that people have a right to peaceful protest, but this was not peaceful. And so I just have to wonder, out of these protests, how many other assaults were happening? How many other situations were happening? And so at the end of the day, the message is, well, if you're, if you're a conservative, you just shouldn't engage, right, with these groups. You shouldn't try to have a conversation. You shouldn't do that because, you know what might happen. And yet, when you hear people on the right say, well, if you drive into and accelerate into law enforcement, like, a federal officer, and they have a right to defend themselves, that's not okay. The other point I'll make is if you look at the video, they are wearing their masks. I thought they did not want people to wear masks. I thought that they were very upset about anybody wearing a mask, especially, for example, an ICE agent. That's another thing. And the narrative that for some reason the Democrat narrative right now is, or the progressive narrative is, well, ICE agents, they're not actual law enforcement, or the mantra that somehow they're not properly trained.
No, they are.
They are absolutely law enforcement.
Yes, they are.
But the Democrats are all over, officials even, elected officials even, saying they're not law enforcement.
And I think they've been around, somebody can correct me, but I thought I saw ICE was created right after 9/11. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the Department of Homeland Security.
So they've been around, and they've been a legitimate law enforcement agency for a quarter of a century. So that's another narrative and talking point that's just factually incorrect. And you said it in your news about defunding ICE. Mm-hmm. That's what I've been saying for months on this show. The defund the police movement has been elevated to the federal level. So basically what you have is no respect at the local level, no respect at the state level, and now no respect at the federal level. All because why? They want to remove bad individuals? I mean, Phil, I think I sent you this graphic. If you could post this. Bill Maloogian from Fox News shared the mugshots of all of these awful individuals, and you can see it right now on YouTube. And I'm just going to highlight a few of these individuals. A lot of people that are Laotian illegal aliens. Where else? Valencia, Somalian, El Salvadorian, Sierra Leone, Mexico, Sudanese. And I just want to give the rap sheet. I'm not even going to name these names. A, they're difficult to pronounce, and B, I don't want to give them any run. But we're talking about people that have been convicted of rape, sodomy, sex with underage children as low as 13 years old, murder, assault of a child, sexual assault, rape and fondling, ag assault with a deadly weapon, and strangulation. We have one guy from Sierra Leone who's been convicted of 3 counts of homicide and has been facing a deportation order since 2022. So this is the hill that the left wants to die on. You are willing to dox and swat or to attempt to barrel into a law enforcement officer with a 4,700-pound SUV to protect these individuals. I mean, like you thought defending men and women's sports was insane. This makes that look relatively sane. 855-839-1210 is the number. And if you can go after foreign leaders and remove them from power, how can we not do more? I'm actually putting the onus on Bondi and these people in the DOJ, the FBI, and any federal agencies. We captured Maduro like that. And we can't get to the bottom of this here. 855-839-1210. We'll continue your thoughts, reaction, and we'll get some calls if you want to jump in as well. It's Kayal and Company, just underway here on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Following their dramatic victory against Baltimore to end the regular season last week, Pittsburgh is set to host Houston on Monday night in their first ever postseason meeting between the two franchises. Houston enters the playoffs riding a 9-game win streak that they hope to keep alive and extend their season into the divisional round.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
$6:49. Welcome back in. Monday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Just about 3 hours from now, we will get another installment of what occurred today in music history from Phil Almquist. But big musical news over the weekend on a sad front. Gregory Stocker.
Yeah, Bob Weir
for the occasion.
Bob Weir, the one of the founding members of the Grateful Dead, passed away at the age of 78. It's funny, I just saw, I literally just saw them not that long ago, you know what I mean? Because he was still touring.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you saw them perform recently?
Yeah, I mean, they go out as Dead and Company.
Okay.
John Mayer does the Jerry Garcia parts. And, yeah, I've seen them quite a few times, actually.
Phil Almquist, if you're on, if you can put your headset on back there, or if you have your microphone and you're paying attention, I'm just curious. I'd like to pick both of your brains on this. I know when we've had musical conversations, I always kind of defer and lean on the musical aficionados of the show, the music snobs, Gregory and Philip. But I've said, kind of just in passing off the top of my head, Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, and The Who.
Yeah.
If I were to say Mount Rushmore, hokey topic, right?
Yeah.
Mount Rushmore, we talk 4. If I said Grateful Dead as the 4th, am I in over my skis?
So the problem with the Grateful Dead is they're an acquired taste. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones, the Led Zeppelin, bands like that. They were more mainstream. They were more pop culture. The Grateful Dead had a small but very loyal following.
Oh,
you know
really?
what I mean? So yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't
They
know
never
that.
sold a ton of albums.
Oh.
Their first number one hit came in like 1987. You know what I mean? When they did A Touch of Grey. So they weren't really a chart topper, but
Okay.
they had, they sold out stadiums for years. You
All
know?
right, so I'm learning something every day here. Now, I did some research because I saw the news of the passing of Bob Weir, and I looked up yesterday, and I was just trying to search for people's list on the internet of the top songs that they were known for, and a lot. So you're saying that the first number one hit was in the late 80s. All the lists that I were looking at were early to mid 70s for their best music.
Yeah, it was their best music.
Oh, okay.
But
1987.
So it took them a while to become more mainstream accepted?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, they were, they had a cult following. You know what I mean? They were a band that had a bunch of people that loved them, that would see them 10 times a year, travel around with them. But, the average person is not a Grateful Dead fan. You know what I mean?
Bill Walton was one of the most iconic Deadheads in sports and entertainment.
Yep.
Yeah, Bill Walton.
The only two original members of the Dead left are the two drummers. Mickey Hart and Bill Kreutzmann.
There you go. There's your music. And another round coming up in less than 3 hours. But speaking of music, and there's a method to my madness, the reason I wanted to bring Greg in for that is because I just saw this from Rolling Stone. Spotify stopped running ICE ads at the end of last year. And I'm not really sure if this was, again, because, like, you know, inside baseball here, when you do ads, you sign a contract and say, I'm going to advertise on X, Y, or Z for 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, whatever it might be. But Rolling Stone published this article on Friday. Spotify stopped running ICE ads at the end of 2025. Today, a Spotify spokesperson confirmed to Rolling Stone that the platform was no longer running recruitment ads for the government agency after its latest campaign, which spanned multiple platforms, came to an end last year. Quote, yes, there are currently no ICE ads running on Spotify. The advertisements mentioned were part of a U.S. government recruitment campaign that ran across all major media and platforms. The campaign ended on most platforms and channels, including Spotify, at the end of last year. The new report coming a day after ICE agents fatally shot a woman in Minneapolis on Wednesday, sparking protests and uproar across the country. But according to the spokesperson, the two situations are, quote, unrelated, as the end of the ICE ads on the platform came weeks before the incident. Spotify and numerous streaming services, such as Pandora, Spotify, and Meta, had been under scrutiny for running recruitment advertising from the Department of Homeland Security last year. The push was part of the Trump administration's investment of $30 billion to hire at least 10,000 more deportation officers by the end of 2025, that according to the Associated Press. So it seems like Spotify's kind of off the hook here. But if you think about some of the businesses and the brands that are out there that are taking a stance against ICE, you know, we highlighted the hotel at the Hilton last week. We highlighted the franchise of McDonald's that was independently owned and operated by a business owner. Spotify in the news, seems like they're off the hook. I gave you Doc Rivers, former Sixers coach, now with the Bucks, saying things that I think are completely false Friday at his post-game press conference. I know we have Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors, who loves to comment on everything the Trump administration does. That'll come up in the cut sheet later today. But also ESPN, a handful of their NFL analysts, either on social media or on television, issuing statements about ICE. And I just look at this, and I'm not sure if everybody agrees. And maybe you don't listen to it, you don't watch it, you tune it out. That's fine. I'm not saying everybody watches ESPN or everybody uses Spotify. Not everybody's a Hilton Rewards member. Not everybody does their fast food drive-through once a month for their kid or whatever on the way to soccer practice at McDonald's. But why anybody, in the name of trying to be as inclusive as possible, right? Let me use a talking point buzzword of the left. Inclusivity. Why would you light your brand on fire by making a political statement? Something that really shouldn't be political. Good guys trying to remove bad guys from a place where bad guy doesn't have a right to be. And you're going to do that for what? Some social media engagement? I mean, McDonald's, legendary brand. ESPN once was legendary. Still the top sports network out there. Spotify, iTunes, top 2 charts. Hilton, one of the most notable hotel chains in the country. McDonald's, on down the list. Why throw your 2 cents in and you're not going to gain more customers? It never works out that way. You're going to lose customers. Same thing with local independent businesses. I've always used the analogy on this show. You own a pizza shop, make pizza. Nobody cares about your politics. If you have 10 seats and 10 tables at your restaurant, you want Republicans and Democrats in there eating your food. Why alienate yourself? I don't get it. But again, these corporate conglomerates out there, they can't help themselves. I watched a little bit of the Golden Globes last night. I know we've got some of that stuff coming up.
We do.
But I mean, the messaging, and that's really why I can't watch these award shows anymore. In most part because they've jumped the shark. Mm-hmm. But they're no different than the late night shows with Colbert and Kimmel and Fallon, Hollywood A-listers making their, well, I've got something bigger to talk about this evening. Sit down for 90 seconds while I tell you why.
There wasn't a ton of that. There wasn't a ton of that last night.
I actually give Nikki Glaser credit for roasting the network.
Her monologue was great.
It was phenomenal. But
it always is. I mean, she's a flamethrower with that stuff.
Oh, how good was she a year or so ago at the Brady roast?
Incredible.
I mean, that's really where she stood out to me. But
except that she took that shot. She did take the shot at CBS.
Yeah.
And
it was funny.
And so,
it was funny.
It was funny. But again, now granted, I don't consume CBS News, so I can't sit there and tell you, what their programming slant sounds like or feels like or looks like. But I find it hard to believe with all of these comments about the new CBS that they have become anywhere even close to right wing. I would venture to say, and maybe I should look this up, I follow them on Twitter, Newsbusters, Media Research Center. They track the content that comes out of news programming as well as late night shows, what percentage of jokes are left versus right, what coverage is negative versus positive of Trump administration, Biden administration. I'd be willing to bet that CBS News, if they were, let's just, for the sake of, just throwing out entry-level analysis, if CBS News was 100% left of center, they're probably still 90% left of center with Barry Weiss. I know of two moments of Barry Weiss that is different from what it used to be. The Erica Kirk town hall and the Tony Dokapil interview where he was actually right down the middle with Pete Hegseth, where he wasn't like jumping all over him, interrupting him. Excuse me, sir. Let me fact check you, sir. Excuse me, sir. Like he wasn't pulling the Margaret Brennan Sunday morning card. Other than those two instances, what is CBS News doing that is so right-wing? I haven't seen it. Has anybody seen it? I'd like to hear more examples. That's the talking point, but it's not true.
Where Tony Dokapil at the end of CBS News was late last week. And so they did this. It had been posted online. It was pretty funny. It was Marco Rubio wearing the Michelin Man outfit and like all morphing with AI. Marco Rubio, all the jobs of Rubio. And then the punchline was, congratulations, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the ultimate Florida man. It shows him sitting on a bench. It was funny.
Right.
But it was...
But funny's right wing? I mean, come on.
Well, but they never previously would have recognized that Trump's Secretary of State is actually working very hard. And you know what I mean? Like it was complimentary. Let's put it that way, to say that Rubio is somebody who's, doing all these jobs. Is kind of a pun on that.
Okay.
So, I mean, Nikki Glaser, I thought she was edgy and hysterical.
That's her
during
brand.
the Brady roast. She definitely, and she said moving forward, like she said beforehand, she had to tone it down. Of course, you can't be as crude as she was during the Brady roast.
Yeah, Netflix versus CBS, different standards.
So it's funny, as Greg says, because she was jabbing CBS while she's on CBS. She also did do a jab as far as the Epstein list, that some of the people in the audience.
It's great.
You know what I mean?
We'll get to all of it. We have it all. So.
All right.
So it's just that, I'm sensitive to it. I'm probably hypersensitive, but the fact that she took a jab at CBS saying that they're, you'll see it, but I just think she knew it would go over well in the room.
Okay.
And it's not the joke, it's what she says after the joke that I thought,
All right. 855-839-1210. We'll officially get the 7 o'clock hour underway on the other side. Harry May is coming up at 7:45 for the cut sheet. But two things on the Trump front when we come back. Trump versus Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Democrat that Trump sees eye to eye with. We'll give you the details on both when we continue. Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour next.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
The Start Something New sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $499 a month for 39 months. Or get 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude or a 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport Willys for just $389 a month for 39 months. Stop into our showroom today. Or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$7:05. It is hour number 2. Kayal and Company here on this Monday, the 12th of January, 2026. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend. Nick Kayal, Don Stenzel, and Greg Stocker here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Of course, you can get us on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. Watch the show live on YouTube, as many of you love to do. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button as you consume the content. Because, by the way, when we go live, you get notified of that. That's the thing here.
Yeah, you get a little ding.
Yeah, you get a little ding as you get ready to get your day going, and you say, "Oh wow, that's right, Kayal and Company's on right now."
Yeah. So make sure you hit that. Where is that? Yeah, there's a little bell.
A little bell.
If you're watching right now on YouTube, you can see the little bell. So hit that little bell. Actually,
right.
I don't think my bell's.
Your bell's not working?
Yeah. Let's see. It says all. So there you go.
You can ring my bell.
You can ring my bell.
So when you hit down the drop down, there's all, personalized, none, unsubscribe. And you can just hit the all, and you'll be notified when we go live.
There you go. And if you don't want to hear the same topic repeatedly day after day, week after week, month after the month for the next 3 months about somebody losing a job and why somebody can't do their job, listen to Kayal and Company, because we don't beat a dead horse to death on this show, on this station. Not that anybody else does down the hall, but I digress. Let me get to a couple of other stories that I found were pretty fascinating. I don't know, maybe hell's freezing over. Phil, if you could throw this graphic up on YouTube. I find this interesting because we're coming off of some economic news on Friday, and I know, Dawn, you were talking about don't allow the ICE protests and any of these riots or assaults to deviate and distract from the Trump administration and the progress that they are making economically. There were some good numbers with the reduction of the trade deficit for this country as well as the GDP. And then I saw this. Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders in agreement on one issue, and that is capping credit card interest rates. Now, we'll get to the legality of that and whether or not Trump has the ability and the authority to execute it. But I do want to read Bernie Sanders' tweet where he says, I look forward to working with the Trump administration on fulfilling his promise to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. We cannot continue to allow big banks to make record profits by ripping off Americans by charging them 25 to 30% interest rates. That is usury. Donald Trump also posting on social media on Truth Social, effective January 20th, 2026, I, as President of the United States, am calling for I can't even see that now. I had it printed as well. I think it's a 1-year cap on credit card interest rates of 10%. Can you imagine how great that would be as we try to climb out of all of the economic clutter, right? You break it down in a multitude of ways, right? Gas going in a great direction. Did you know, by the way, that 33 states now, 33 states are averaging under $2 per gallon of gasoline as of this point in time. Now, energy bills remain high.
Yeah.
Grocery bills, not where we would like them to be. But if you have a Chase or a MasterCard or a Visa card and you've got $8,000 on a card and you're maxed out and you're paying 29.99% interest rate.
Speaking from experience
which
there.
I climbed out of in 2024
Oh, good,
so
good.
I could actually afford to live again. But it's tough. It is, and it's tough to stay disciplined. Imagine what you could do with an interest rate reduced by 2/3. You could probably pay
Like a
that
car
off.
payment.
Yes. Could you imagine what an economic, and I actually think, and I'm going to give Democrats the benefit of the doubt here, because if Bernie Sanders is on board with it, and Bernie's about as kooky as it gets, there's a lot of people that have far more common sense on the Democrat side of the aisle. I mean, Bernie's about as far to the left into the Pacific Ocean as you can go. I got to imagine a majority of Democrats, whether they're willing to admit it and say it, go on record, put out a social media post, I think we would all like to see credit card interest rates reduced so that we're not being
by the government capping it? Really?
By the government capping it.
Cool.
Would you be against that?
Do you guys remember
yes.
Trump saying this
Yes,
on
I
the
would.
campaign trail?
Yes, I would.
I do remember that.
I would be against it.
Well, why would you be against it?
I would be against it because the government has no place in getting involved in what a credit card what a
does the
credit card
Fed do?
or bank's interest rate
What does the
payment
Fed
is.
do then? The
Right.
Fed, diddles with interest rates all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and by the way, I absolutely think this is payback for what happened in 2008. 2009.
You sign
Whose
up for a
fault was
credit
that?
card. You
Whose
sign up
fault
for
was
you,
that
you sign up for a
in our
credit
nation,
card
and
knowing
we bailed out those banks. We bailed them out.
you sign up for a credit card knowing the interest rate payments.
You're both
if you
gonna
don't
go
want
up
it, then
You're
don't
both.
then don't sign
Right.
up for
You're
it.
both
It's going to go
making
to
great points here.
30%. 30%. And by the way, inflation has come down. Why haven't those credit card numbers gone down? I just think it's a ripoff. And I think that they get away with so much. And I think we bailed them out. And it was like a free deal. We bailed them out. What did we get? We
Right.
the people.
Right.
We the taxpayers. We bailed them out in 2008.
The banks got greedy, and then they got to get out of jail for free card.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Dawn, on that front, but I also agree with what Greg just said about you knew what you signed up for. So in the sake of consistency, look, I'm just saying it would unite Americans. I think it's a bipartisan win where everybody would be like, hey, this is great. And again, you're not paying that, it's like the student loan thing, right? You're not necessarily, quote, out of the woods. You still owe your debt, but you're just reducing the rate for 12 months to give you a chance to pay it off. And I know there's companies out there where you can get away with, only paying off 28% or 42% of what you owe, and then your credit takes a shot in the you-know-what. But again, to Greg's point, is valid because you knew what you signed up for. Like if I'm a college student and I'm borrowing $82,000 for 2 years of school, and then I go to school and I major in something that pays $50,000 a year, I'm going to be in debt for the first 35 years out of college. And nobody else should have to pay that off for you. Like the whole notion of college loans just go away with the Biden student loan forgiveness plan, that's nonsense. We're all eventually being forced to pay off other people's debt. So I understand where you're coming from, Greg, but this is not necessarily paying off somebody else's debt. This is a limited time window for you to get your S together. And still, I mean, let's be honest, 10% is still high, right?
Yeah, it's
like,
really high.
From a refi standpoint on a house, nobody's getting out of a mortgage where they're paying 3.2% and then getting into a mortgage where they're paying 5.75%.
Well, here's a novel concept. Stop living off credit cards.
Right.
Well,
or pay it off at the end of the month.
I will say this, that during the
hard.
pandemic, when there were massive layoffs and there were massive shutdowns, for example, let's just take, for example, what Governor Tom Wolf and Mayor Kenny, the not dynamic duo, what they did, they shut down the state. We had the strictest shutdowns and mask laws and school shutdowns in the nation. We had the strictest. And so all these people, to no fault of our own, either took a pay cut. If you were lucky, you took a pay cut, as we did here. But small business people, they were shut down. People lost their jobs. That's not their fault. So what do? They start buying groceries with the credit card.
Oh.
And their unemployment ran out. I mean, it was horrible what happened. I know people still recovering from that.
Yeah.
And that was horrible. And that was because these idiots said, oh, no, we have to shut everything down. And no, you can't do business. And if you want to reopen your restaurant, you have to jump through these hoops and get an HVAC man and pay $1,000. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yep. So there's a lot on the plate this week for the Supreme Court of the United States. SCOTUS has a handful of cases. As far as tariffs, by the way, as we're talking about economics, they didn't come to I'm just generalizing here. They didn't come to a decision on Friday. We all made our predictions. I said 5-4, yes, they will rule that Trump can constitutionally do this. Greg was on the opposite side saying no. Dawn, I think you said kind of like a split decision, so to speak. That based on what happened Friday, I think Stocker's been eliminated. I think it's either going to be Dawn or I that are correct.
Well, in that one, I know Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, he's been out front of this and was Friday. He said that we could easily pay it back. So he had a lot to say about it. Also, speaking of the Fed with Jerome Powell, President Trump is denying that he had any knowledge of the Justice Department's investigation into the Federal Reserve after the agency subpoenaed the central bank on Friday.
I don't buy that. It's what we do now. We prosecute our enemies.
So Jerome Powell,
like we
Fed
accuse
chair,
the Biden administration of doing.
Well, he says DOJ is threatening the Federal Reserve. This has to do with that very expensive, obviously, project of rebuilding that bloated budget with for the Federal Reserve.
Right.
So a little follow up there.
Powell's out regardless in May, correct?
Yeah. He has a contract. His term is out.
He's got 4 months left, and then we can get rid of that guy. Thank God. Now the question is on the credit card interest rate caps, whether or not Trump can unilaterally implement this, and that remains a subject of debate, which I could easily see that going to SCOTUS as well. Would he be able to use an executive action or legislative action? Trump has not clarified if he intends to use executive action or seek legislation. While some Republican allies like Senator Roger Marshall are working on supporting legislation, others like Senator Elizabeth Warren argue that such a move requires an act of Congress. Bipartisan interest does exist for a 10% cap. As I mentioned, Bernie Sanders from Vermont and Josh Hawley, Republican from Missouri, previously have introduced the 10% credit card interest rate cap act. They did that last February of 2025, which recently stalled, but could gain momentum with the president's support. But now that's written as of Friday. I could see a lot of Democrats voting against it in light of what's going on right now with the protests for ICE.
That'd be a bad look. I mean, this is the same thing.
I agree.
Remember Trump floated no tax on tips. He floats something that already has been proposed, but now he's putting it front and center. Start of the new year. Why? Because think about it. Everybody just did all their holiday shopping, and your credit cards, much like maybe yourself, a little bloated. And so here he comes back again with something that he campaigned on. And what does he do? He tosses it up and lets everybody talk about it in the headlines. But I think, can you imagine if Democrats voted against it? So it's a win-win for Republicans.
It's amazing that a Democrat would vote against it. They want to give out free stuff in the name of socialism, yet they would be opposed to a lower interest rate for credit cards. Again, that's the box that they put themselves in by resisting everything Trump says or does.
Free stuff for illegal criminals, no doubt.
Right, but not 10% interest rates for Americans.
Or hardworking
to pay
Americans.
off your Christmas tab, right? So the current average interest rate is approximately 19.65%, but store cards often exceed 30%. I mean, my Golf Galaxy card was 32%.
Yep.
I will never use that damn thing. If I use it, like I'm going to get Olivia some softball batting gloves and a glove because she's taking up softball this year. You know, I'll spend $113 on the glove and batting gloves, and then I'll make sure I just pay that thing off at the end of the month, or else they're just going to gouge you to death. It's death by a million paper cuts. 855-839-1210 is the number. And then on the other front, I got to get to this. This is the back end of... So it's so bizarre. Trump and Bernie Sanders, simpatico on interest rates. And then you have Trump and what used to be his most ardent supporter, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So Axios has this story out. The White House had to contact Secret Service about Marjorie Taylor Greene. They write the following. The relationship between Trump and MTG grew so poisonous in the last year that the White House told the Secret Service that Greene may have tipped off Code Pink protesters about his surprise visit last fall to a D.C. restaurant that she recommended. Two sources on Trump's team tell Axios. That episode, and we covered this, which involved a chaotic confrontation, I think this made the cut sheet, between anti-war activists and Trump, embarrassed the president and intensified concerns in the White House about his safety a year after he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. I actually do remember playing this on the cut sheet. Remember those ladies in the back of that restaurant were protesting as Trump and some of his aides were sitting down for dinner? Trump aides view the Joe's Seafood debacle as a point of no return in his relationship with Greene, a Trump ally turned critic who left office this week. Greene told Axios that any suggestion that she revealed Trump's dinner plans was, quote, an absolute lie, a dangerous lie, and, quote, I would never do that. She said she recommended the restaurant to Trump, but didn't know when he would go there. When added that the only fancy lobbyist hangout a few blocks from the White House at 15th and H Northwest, Trump aides knew of the reservation. She said, the story you should be writing is why didn't the Secret Service sweep the restaurant and have metal detectors at the door to the establishment? So one of three things is in play here when I read this story. Now, by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene is good buddies with the owner of the restaurant. So again, it's always about Marjorie Taylor Greene. She doesn't do anything out of the good. It's always for whatever benefits MTG's bottom line. Either she's lying, either the Trump administration is leaking something to Axios that's not true, or Axios is trying to create more division between Trump and his former favorite battler with fur coats at the State of the Union address, who was just on The View again this past week, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I tend to think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is incredibly scorned right now. And I don't know who's correct and what's right in this report, but she really thought that there was more for her political career. I thought about this over the weekend, right? You know, when you're in the House of Representatives, you're always campaigning, 2-year terms. They look at the senators and they're like, man, senators get 6 years. I mean, you could essentially almost mail it in for 4 years before you have to start campaigning again for re-election. And I thought Marjorie Taylor Greene, my guess is she thought she was on her way to the Senate. I think getting to be a senator is like graduating from the House of Representatives, right? And it's like gaining tenure as a professor. And she really thought that she was going to be one of the next 2 senators from the state of Georgia. And again, I go back to that story that was out there that Trump and MTG had a phone call, and Trump told her not to run for office in the Senate, that she would not do well, that she would not poll well. I don't know if if there was polling on her, or if Trump was just spitballing into the wind, but something to the effect of like 10 to 12%. She basically had no shot. And since that day, I think she has plotted her exit course. I think she realized she was close to getting whatever sort of pension benefits for being in the government. And I think they started and they vested on January 6th, ironically enough. And now she is totally pivoted, and she is the next Chris Christie. She's going to claim to be America first. She's going to be claiming she's MAGA, MAGA, MAGA through and through, but she will be on ABC. She will be on CNN. She will be on The View, and she will position herself as middle of the road Republican like Chris Christie. I really believe that. I think her ego is hurt so bad because she feels like she went to bat for Trump every single day. And to her credit, a lot of times she did. And I don't crush her for what she wanted to do when it came to SNAP benefits during the government lockout. When, her constituents that depend on that, she represents a lot of Southern, poor, white Republicans in a district that's not super wealthy by any stretch. But this whole notion of you have to pivot away from, and look, I give credit for not being a puppet for anybody, but this pivot feels different. It feels like, here's the exit ramp from the MAGA highway, and I'm going to position myself. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene's right around 50 years old. I'm going to set myself up for the next 15, 20, 25 years. And I'm not just burning down bridges. I'm napalming them right now. Do you get that vibe from Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yeah, I think that she campaigned for President Trump. She felt like she was a loyal soldier. And I do think, I'll compare this, Elise Stefanik. So here's the tale of 2 different individuals, female rising stars. And Elise Stefanik is 40-ish, so probably a decade younger than Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I will say this, that with Elise Stefanik, I think she as well thought that she was a rising star. Remember, she was up for a big job in the Trump administration. They had to pull that one back. And then I think she wanted to run for governor, pulling that one back. So I think now Elise Stefanik has said, I'm going to take my ball and go home. So 2 different powerful Republican voices and rising stars, if you will, but a different approach. And I simply think that it's, this is where politics is a game of survival. And if so for MTG to say, I'm going to take my ball and go home, I think I would say that's a bad idea because you're taking yourself out of the game. Are you going to be relevant? And then, yes, does she become that Chris Christie who's despised by those that she says she supports the most, the MAGA? And look at Trump's numbers with specifically MAGA voters. He has like nearly 90, it's like 86 to 90% support. Right. As far as the story that we covered at the time, and it was on Greg's cut sheet, what I don't get about that whole Secret Service thing, of course, Secret Service right away put out that, of course, they screened all the guests there. So isn't it possible that somebody there texted somebody else? You know what I'm saying? And there was no security risk per se. It was just that they were a little close for comfort, if you will.
Is it faulty screening? I find it weird that if Trump is still present at the restaurant and somebody that was screened is there and texts somebody else, well, how does that somebody else actually get in then, right?
Well, they were still screened.
Okay.
I mean, so does Secret Service go, hey, are you a member of Code Pink? You know what I mean? I don't think they did that, but they were, it was like it was disruptive and all that. I mean, so, but there was no danger to the president they screened everybody. They had everybody's date of birth and they knew who everybody was, and nobody was a sort of, physical threat to the president. Mm-hmm. I think it was an aggravation. But for Marjorie Taylor Greene, the fact that she's buddies with Joe's seafood manager and it was a bad look, might they have thought that she's the one who sort of teed that up? but there's no evidence to suggest that.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? So I just think it's sour grapes. I mean, this is politics. I mean, look at Josh Hawley right now. I'll bet you he changes his vote this week after reportedly we learned that Trump personally called him and said, and he, by the way, put it out there, I'm going to primary each and every one of you, including Collins, all of you, because he's mad about that war powers vote that the 5 Republicans.
Which is still a stunner. I was surprised to see Hawley's name.
Hawley.
The other people, Susan Collins and things like that, those are the
Murkowski,
usuals. Right.
And Rand Paul, you kind of roll your eyes at.
Yep.
I'll bet you Josh Hawley changes his vote this week when the full Senate takes it. I mean, so I just think this is politics. And so are you up for that?
Yeah.
Are you, because I think you have to be, titanium, and you have to look at the big picture. And so for Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she's just aggravated with it. I think she's sick of it. I think she feels disrespected. That's her right.
Yeah, you always talk about we're all getting played. Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I hope you are aware that you're getting played too, because Sunny Hostin doesn't like you. Yeah. She just wants you to come on her show and badmouth Trump and give a soundbite for America. She's not interested in you. So anyway, 855-839-1210, the phone number. Gen Z is very selfish, and also free speech under attack, not only in France, but in the UK, both on social media. And it's not the social media companies that are shutting people down. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
You know, the new year is the perfect time to take a look around your home, especially the kitchen, the bathrooms. You use them every day. Think about a refresh, and that's where my friends at Kitchen Magic come in. Kitchen Magic is family owned. They're crafting high quality American made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process so simple from start to finish. Right now, you enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better, works better, feels better, right? Visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn in the new year. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This is Jordan Lundy. And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients. But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers. Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a Giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's Marvin E. KANZE.com.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A 4th-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
$7:35. It is Kayal Company Live here on a Monday morning. What's on the cut sheet? We find out in 10 minutes as our boy Harry Mays will join us at 7:45.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go.
Let's go, Harry. That's right. All right, Gen Z, a very selfish generation, and actually a perfect segue into this story. I just received a text message from my wife.
More selfish than the boomers who climbed up the ladder and kicked it out for the rest of us? How about them apples?
I heard millennials are selfish.
You are. Well, no, you're not selfish. It's just all about you.
Self-involved.
Thank you.
Self-absorbed.
Yeah.
Yes. Got a text from my wife about my daughter during the break. This is a perfect segue. So, Olivia, my older, more type A twin daughter, is having 5 teeth removed tomorrow. 4 wisdom teeth and another tooth.
Good God.
Yeah, they're both going into braces. So Olivia just went into them.
She has those great Kayal family genes.
She got those Kayal fangs, those big chompers. So she's in braces, and Mia's got a expander in right now to realign her jaw, and then she'll be in braces by the spring. So she's going in tomorrow to have them surgically removed at 8:15. And my wife sent this text at 7:26. She goes, I have some concern sometimes with your daughter, Olivia.
Oh, boy.
So I told her she can't eat or drink anything after midnight because of her surgery tomorrow. So she said, why? I said, well, because you're going to throw up from the anesthesia. So she gets really serious and says, wait, so after tomorrow, I'm not going to remember anyone?
Oh.
And my wife says, no, Olivia, that's amnesia.
Awesome.
So my daughter's Kelly Bundy. And she doesn't know the difference between anesthesia and amnesia.
Well, you don't know the difference between ran and run.
And
so
I never will.
So the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree there.
They have all my genes. The good ones, the bad ones, the indifferent ones. That's right. Yep.
When I was her age, I thought Virginia and vagina were the same words. So, sometimes you get words messed up when you're a little kid.
Yeah, exactly right. Or when you're a 42-year-old man doing a talk show. Anywho, Gen Z, this is kind of interesting, and I think it's very accurate. So
By the way,
yeah.
Real quick, Road Warrior says, Nick, I suggest a hotel room for 3 days.
Or my man cave. I'll
So you
just
can sleep?
I'll just stay in my basement until Friday. I'll be like Biden.
Or so he can visit the state of Virginia.
Isn't that what?
Or a vagina.
Oh my God!
Sorry.
Isn't that what you did all weekend though? Isn't
Pretty
that
much, yeah.
You stayed in your basement. And...
No, I was actually up in the living room. I was on the one TV because we only had one game at a time. I only do the basement when there's 2 games or a newscast I need to watch. If I got to watch, the 5 and a sporting event at the same time.
How much did you interact with your family all weekend?
Very little.
That's a sin.
Very little. Yeah, very little. It's kind of my detox. This is a good story, though. USA Today. Gen Z is selfish, but is it the misuse of therapy speak that's to blame? And they write the following. Everyone wants a village, but no one wants to be a villager. That's often the repeated phrase used to describe the phenomenon of diminishing communities. But the situation is particularly pronounced with Gen Z as of late. According to a slew of social media posts, as well as studies by sociologists, psychologists, and psychiatrists, likely the most therapy and mental health literate generation in history is Gen Z. And they have made work-life balance and self-care top priorities, but sometimes at the cost of friendships and relationships. They go on to write, look no further than a viral, often repeated advice like, quote, you don't owe anyone anything, or my favorite, quote, protect your peace. The problem is when these, and how many times have we heard Democrats say that, right? Remember when Trump won the election in November, we heard so many people say, I'm going to protect my peace.
That's gross.
I'm going to go to a safe place. I'm going to disconnect from social media. I'm not going to watch the news media. I'm going to leave the United States for the UK. I have to get out of here because I can't tolerate the fact that Donald Trump got a second term in office. But they say the use of therapy speak to justify, in essence, being non-committal socially, sort of withdrawing socially, or having the right to withdraw socially, is really hurtful. They go on to say, too, loneliness is something that the former U.S. Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, has spoken extensively about, even before the pandemic. You hear that, Dawn? Even before the pandemic, roughly half of adults reported experiencing loneliness. But Murthy said in the spring of 2023, we have declared America with a loneliness epidemic that qualifies as a public health crisis. And I actually, you know what? I think this is true. I've tried for almost 4 years to get Stalker to go out with me on a Friday night. Won't happen. Won't happen. He will only get together with me for Families Behind the Badge.
That's right.
Or the Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon.
That's right.
Now, Phil Almquist, on the other hand, if I text Phil Almquist, and assuming he's not working at Wegmans or preparing for his 8-rated share on a Saturday night, he is always down to go out and get a beer and have some wings. I think we have created this world where we come up with excuses not to engage in face-to-face interaction because I think we've been digitized. I think we have been social mediaized, if that's even a word. It's probably not, but I'm the king of using words that don't exist. Everybody would rather FaceTime or text. And I'll tell you right now, it's not just Gen Z. My brother-in-law is 44. So he's a Gen Xer. He was born in 80. He's the cutoff point. Gen Z is 1997 to 2012. Do you know, and I get it, we all have wives, we all have kids, we have jobs, we got to take our kid to baseball and softball and soccer and cheering and dancing, this and that. Do you know how hard it is for me to arrange a poker game with my buddies anymore at the house? Do you know how hard it is to get somebody to come over, 3 of your buddies, to watch back-to-back football games in a 7-hour window?
Maybe it's you.
Am I the only one that's the king of my own domain? I mean, nobody wants to get together anymore unless absolutely forced to.
It's coming up in 3 minutes. Does Harry ever want to get together with you?
Harry's actually been over twice this fall.
Oh, that's good.
To watch football games.
That's good.
Right?
That's good.
And Harry is, he's a Gen Xer too because he's the same age as Dawn. So he's the cutoff. He's close to a boomer, but he's still a Gen Xer. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to blame the pandemic on this. I think this is a creation in the last 15 years where we are so connected 24/7 with technology that when we're done with, quote, our day, we don't want to connect with anybody else. We just want to disconnect.
Well, I think a couple of things. First of all, this whole the whole defining ourselves by generation is annoying to me because it's just one more box check that we do, which is kind of bizarre.
Yeah, I agree.
And how many of us say, well, that how many times have you said, or how many times have Gen Zers said, or people who are born in the so-called millennial years, which, by the way, these numbers shift, have said, I'm not like that at all. So I just think for whatever reason, authors and people who sell books and especially universities and professors love to define us by a generation.
Great point.
So I hate that. I really do. I despise it. And I my favorite birthday card is the one that says, how old would you be if you actually didn't know your birth date? Because I think there's
66.
Right? So I mean, I just think there are so many people who just defy all of that. And right now, even though we complain about Maha and all of that, we're living longer than we ever have.
Well, you don't like the
You know what I
boxing
mean?
of generations. You also
No.
said, I think last week on the show, you're anti-movement on many fronts. You've said, I think I'm correct when I say this, the women's movement you said is a big scam.
Well, what I said was my working title has always been the women's movement is a scam, ! In other words, it's a provocative thing to say, is it a scam? Let's look back at the history of the women's movement and what did it do for women? And I would include this whole movement to have biological males playing in sports. I would include that. By the way, there's a huge event coming up with Riley Gaines and Paul Scanlon tomorrow in D.C., and in our area next week we'll be talking about. But I just think this whole thing of checking boxes, I want to stop with it because the left, you know what box they never want to check? They never want to check the box of, hey, how many people arrested in this country are actually a citizen or non-citizen? So they only want to, and this is why we're always getting played. They never want to check certain boxes. So how come we don't keep crime stats, for example, on citizens versus non-citizens? Do you know we don't keep it so that the left can say, oh, well, when you look at illegals, people who came, I'm not talking about visas expiring. I'm talking about illegal people who came here illegally, which is a felony crime in the first place.
Yep.
We do not keep stats on that. So when they say, well, they don't even show up in the crime stats, yeah, they don't, because nobody asks. It's not the law. So they only check the boxes when they want to check the boxes. And that's what bothers me about it. But as far as the loneliness epidemic, I think part of it, Nick, is that it used to be we had guidelines. We used to have, that you worked a 9-to-5 job. And after such point, nobody bothered you at home. If you got a call from, as I was talking to my dad about, my dad was telling me this. He's like, if you got a call back in the day after 6:30 at night and you worked a 9 to 5, that was like something, there was an emergency.
The building was on fire.
But think about us. Think about our so-called group chat. So there's no respect anymore for what are your work hours. So people can disrupt your day or text you or get mad at you if you don't respond to a text when you're off for the weekend. Okay?
So you're basically saying don't text you on a Saturday with a link to a story.
No, I mean, remember this Elon Musk. I'll try to be fair and go. Even Elon Musk, remember when there were workers with the whole Doge thing?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I sent an email, it was like a Friday or something.
Yeah.
And then people who didn't respond immediately.
Oh, yeah. Remember that? They were terminated.
They said, oh, you didn't check your email?
Yeah.
So there's no more family time that is respected. If you're, let's say you are a person of faith,
right,
and it's your holiday, or you go to mass on Saturday night. I mean, is there anything that's sacred anymore? No, there's not.
How much of this is a loneliness epidemic, and how much of this is we've reached the point as a society that we just hate human beings? Because I feel like that's in play as well. It's like, all right, I just did my job from 9 to 5. I hate my boss. I hate my colleagues. I hate everything that I do. So when I go home, it's about me because I can't stand anybody other than my pet. I wonder if that's part of it too, is that we just have, we've never had a lower tolerance for other people annoying us than we do now. I don't know, just the thought that was bouncing around in my head there.
Yeah, I just think we don't have the sense of community that we used to have. So think about the fact that overall, and this was I think the pandemic supersized all of these issues. But when you think about the so-called loneliness epidemic, it really stems from, like, with kids and video games. They want to sit inside. They want to scroll on their device. So I think the devices have something to do with it.
Yep.
What happened during the pandemic, they were pushed to their devices.
Mm-hmm. That was the only way of human interaction.
Get up, Harry!
Harry Mays is with us for a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, coming off of a blistering performance last Monday. This was the equivalent of Zach Wheeler going a full 9 shutout baseball, which, by the way, Harry, how many days now until pitchers and catchers?
I don't know. I'm 12 days into sobriety, so I couldn't care less about any other numbers.
How's it going?
I'm only counting down to February 1st. Everything's going great. And by the way, I only get together with people to protest and hit on white liberal women and try to set them straight. And I just stay away. There's no need to get together with Nick. He texts me 46 times a day. I feel like I'm in his living room anyway. Any thought that goes through his head, it's like you're watching an Alabama game 7 days a week.
I have to give my thoughts 24/7, either on a microphone, on an X feed, or to my friends via text. With that being said, let's get to the cut sheet. Can't believe you, Harry.
Yeah.
The cut sheet!
Harry's just saying what we're all thinking.
Right.
Exactly.
He just has the balls to say it.
Right. Harry doesn't have to deal with me 20 hours a week.
Oh, man.
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday, this Mays Monday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring the ever-important Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Real quick, Harry, can we get your thoughts on last night's Eagles game?
Well, it was kind of more of the same. We've been seeing it pretty much each and every week with the offense just going limp.
Yeah.
I mean, really, the second half we saw that basically every week for at least a quarter or two. So it was more the same. Not totally shocked, except that it ended at home. I didn't think they were getting to the Super Bowl, but I thought that they'd get to an extra round.
That's a great way to put it. You talk about them going limp. The Eagles have offensive execution, erectile dysfunction.
Yes,
they cannot stay firm for a full 60 minutes.
Right.
Like they
need a Cialis.
They do. They need a blue pill.
Isn't that the 36-hour pill, the Cialis?
Yes. If it lasts more than 36 hours, call a doctor.
Right.
Can you imagine?
Priapism.
Can you imagine having one of those for 36 hours?
No.
Oh man.
How would you get anything done?
Wow.
I know.
Walking around, bumping into things, knocking over a lamp.
Yeah, from a woman's perspective, run!
Yeah, exactly.
All of a sudden, Dawn sees that happen, and she's like totally freaked out, and she starts screaming and yelling, and she's like, "Where's my?"
He's setting up for something that we don't need.
All
right, enough.
It's like Bruno. Damn it.
Going down a bad road.
You don't need to. You don't need to tune into the other stations because you know what they're going to be doing.
It's a beautiful day for a Kayal and Company death pool. Why is that, you ask? Because Odyssey is focusing on other things, like chopping down that Christmas tree, possibly throwing it out the window. And the people on that sports station down the hall will be taking calls like this all day. You're on sports radio. Who's this? Yeah, this is Tony. You know what? I'm really disappointed here. I'm really. It's only the first game, and they're already out of the playoffs. They need to fire everybody. I'm done with them. You know, it's
You're
finished,
right.
and I can't take it no more. I'm just totally done. Of course, we know next year that same caller is going to be in front of his TV screaming, E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Sounding like those people on our YouTube chat, or those callers who call into our station screaming, "Well, you're running a Democrat ad. I'm never going to listen to your station again." Yeah, right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim.
I'll tell you what, man.
Rack that guy.
Jimbo.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. You don't need to go anywhere else but here. Whining and bitching and moaning down the hall. Who cares? It's a stupid game.
Here's an idea for afternoons. How about Phil and Jimmy together from 3 to 6?
Yeah, no.
That's a great job, Jimmy Keller. Good work, buddy.
Yeah, nice work.
By the way, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Hit that thumbs up button. Nick, earlier in the program, you mentioned the Philadelphia City, or the sheriff of Philadelphia.
Rochelle Bilal.
So she was on with Aaron Burnett on Out Front CNN on Friday, I believe, because she's, we played that clip of her on Friday, and then you had in the big take, this is 21, Phil, and then you had the response by Kevin Bethel in the big take, right, where he was basically like, sit down and shut up.
Yeah.
She responded to all of this with Aaron Burnett on Friday. Here, roll this.
Rochelle Bilal. And Sheriff, I am grateful for your time tonight. So obviously you used those words knowing full well they would be heard, and you were prepared for them to be heard, as they have been. Why did you feel the need to speak out as a law enforcement officer so passionately against ICE?
First of all, thank you for having me. While attending the DA Krasner press conference on dealing with the situation with Miss Good that happened in Minneapolis, what was stated was that the district attorney said if you're going to come in Philadelphia and commit a crime, that he would arrest you. The sheriff's office, it deals with transportation. So basically I said you would not be able to hide. Nobody would whisk you away. And if he charges you, then you can be arrested. What I was saying is that when I said you come in this city to do a crime, we will bring the smoke to you. People are tired of these people coming into the city masked up, basically all masked up, and pulling people out and causing havoc. This was supposed to be helping cities out. This was supposed to be eliminating crime, but yet you are committing them here. You are putting people in fear. You are breaking up families.
Is it making
Enough is
your
enough.
job harder? Is it making your job harder?
It is.
No, it's not.
Because in Philadelphia,
What?
because there are two branches of law enforcement. The Philadelphia Police Department,
Well, she's a rocket scientist.
that does the investigation, arrest, patrol the city. The sheriff's office is the security of the courts. We have K9, bike unit, warrant unit that works 24 hours out in the streets. And I'm being blamed.
Aaron's already getting
about
bored.
ICE agents being around
Yeah,
the
you can
courts.
tell.
It's like
She
doing her
wants this to
fingernails.
end.
Now I can't.
Aaron's ready to fall asleep.
Yeah.
By the way, Bilal, if you want to come on with an audience, a station with an audience, come on to this station, okay?
Yeah.
There was more people that saw your clip on Fox 29 than people around the country on CNN. You know, I do respect all law enforcement. She is technically law enforcement. I respect her.
Kinda.
Yeah, but she's
I mean,
a sheriff.
come on.
Look, she's a sheriff. She's no different than Grady Judd, except she overstepped her bounds. She's not in her wheelhouse. It's not her lane. She's got no authority, and she's just kissing Larry Krasner's ass.
Right.
Because
Exactly.
you know, it's easy to dunk on her because she's a clown.
And because she's been disgraced and
Yes.
called out for,
The
I guess I
guns.
have to say, alleged
Yeah.
illegal guns, but the fact that confiscated guns during, criminal acts, armed robberies, murders, somehow ended up sold on a black market and ended up on the streets in other murder investigations.
Yep.
The fact that she still has
Yeah.
a job is unbelievable.
It is. That's why I
think
cited. Go ahead, Harry.
No, go ahead. Go
No, that's why I cited Mark Fusetti and others who are in the know that she's not respected, not liked, and people know exactly what she is. I mean, she's in charge of transportation and, courts and things like that. She doesn't have any say about bringing the smoke. Hey, stop that nonsense.
The graphic was appropriate, though. Fake wannabe law enforcement. Underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
All right, let's play a little bit more of her.
Ice from being outside, hanging around the courts because public sidewalks, public building. But what I can do is if the district attorney arrests you and charge you, then we will make sure we transport you to where you need to go.
The
So
DA
let me
doesn't
ask
arrest
you-
anybody in this town.
That's true. I was just going to
I
say
mean,
that.
seriously. That's a joke, too.
She has the easiest job in the world because Krasner,
Exactly.
they don't do anything.
No.
They don't do anything with anybody.
Nope,
Yeah.
they don't. But Larry Krasner wants to say FA, FO, and all this
Oh, yeah.
cool social media, talk radio lingo. Like, leave that to hacks like me, okay?
Exactly.
Prosecute people.
Exactly.
That's why you are in office. Or, but maybe not. You've been elected how many times? I don't know. Maybe they don't want you to prosecute people. But I think in all of this, with all of these ICE issues, right, we have seen Mayor Jacob Fry speak in Minneapolis. We have seen Mayor Karen Bass in Los Angeles speak. Where is our fearless leader, Mayor Sherelle Parker? She's on top of a bus getting the football team ready like it's a pep rally.
Well,
Like it's
but Commissioner
How'd that
Bethel,
work out?
Yeah, but Commissioner Bethel he did release a statement basically putting her in her place.
well, where's Mayor Parker saying it? There's nothing. She doesn't. I'm looking.
I don't
again,
think she has to. I mean,
why doesn't
I think
she have to?
I
Why
think
not? She's the mayor.
She's the mayor of the city, and your journalist got maced in his face. She doesn't have the need. She doesn't have the ability to say something or post something on Twitter.
I don't think she wants. I truthfully don't think she wants to dignify it or give because she has no control over Krasner or Bilal, and so she. What was the Dennis Miller line where she gives them her complete and utter, basically she ignores them. That's what she does. She ignores them because she doesn't consider them relevant or important. And so if you notice, when have you seen the mayor with Krasner? I mean, you don't see them together, nor do you ever see the mayor with her. So essentially, by her actions, she's saying they're irrelevant to her administration. But Commissioner Bethel clearly, quoting the mayor, basically said she doesn't matter. She has nothing to do with anything, and they can't control her.
So the way I view this is, we've heard from Krasner, we've heard from Bilal, we've heard from Kevin Bethel. So to me, the fact that she is not saying anything is kind of proof that she's with Kevin Bethel versus Krasner.
Absolutely.
But then again, you won't say it publicly. Why? Because you're going to trigger
Right.
your base?
No, because you're giving that person, now you're giving that. Okay, let me ask you, when have we ever talked about the sheriff? Since, of course, what was it, a year and a half ago?
That's true.
When the city's own Democrat comptroller actually called her out and listed in writing alleged, let's say, disgraceful actions as far as these guns and just mismanagement, that she lost all these firearms, that she lost all these dollars. But she still got reelected, much like Krasner.
Right.
When has she been in the headlines? Never.
No.
You never hear anything because she's irrelevant.
Right.
And so I think that if the mayor started down this road, then they got a contract. Now it's a war of words. Why would you want that? Why would you even elevate her and give her a platform?
Well, go ahead, Harry.
She's only relevant now because she's saying what CNN wants to hear.
Exactly.
Well,
and shame on CNN.
Oh, of course.
Let's play the hypothetical game. What if ICE eventually comes to Philadelphia? Now, I know they were here in Norristown, and they were over on, was it East Norriton at that farmer's market, produce market. But let's say they have a bigger presence here in Philadelphia. Let's say they move on out of Minneapolis. Next up on the to-do list is Philadelphia. And we have, and I'm not saying the same casualty that we saw in Minnesota here in Philadelphia, but let's say ICE is here for 2 or 3 nights, and we see the scenes of Minneapolis and Philadelphia. Doesn't the mayor then have to say something? Or can she just sit back and say nothing? I mean, it's kind of it's your city. And also, and this is where I will agree with Dawn to one extent. Bethel technically works under Sherelle Parker, correct?
Yes.
So I wonder if they had a conversation behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, that's fair.
I absolutely believe that. And
you take the heat from me.
Yeah, and so Commissioner Bethel basically coming out and saying, we are the Philadelphia police. And by the way, we know that Commissioner Bethel just in this summer, the late summer, appeared with Kash Patel, and they had this glowing news conference with Philadelphia police, the commissioner, the FBI director, all this different federal law enforcement, where they worked together in tandem to take down a huge cartel, a huge ring of illegals who were also drug dealers, who were also major criminals and wreaking havoc and violence on the streets of Philadelphia. And you could tell that they're working together. That's basically what Bethel is saying. We absolutely work with law enforcement when it's appropriate. So why isn't Philadelphia front and center like other cities, like Minneapolis, like Chicago, like LA? You know why? Because if there are, and Bill Malugin, and Nick, you brought this up.
Yeah.
The postings, the mug shots.
Yeah,
and
Phil, show those.
Here's what's not missing. Here's what Aaron freaking Burnett is not putting up on CNN. Aaron, why don't you put up these mug shots of these scumbags who are in this country illegally, who are raping women and molesting and raping and sodomizing children? Look at this rap sheet. You can't even, probably it's against FCC rules to spell out and say verbally what these psychos did to little kids in this country.
Yeah.
How come you don't put that up, Aaron Barnett or Sheriff Bilal? How come? Because ICE is rounding up the worst of the worst. That's what they've said.
Yep.
And so guess what, Mayor Parker and Commissioner Bethel, they're like, oh yeah, there are some really dangerous, pedophiles and human traffickers. Yeah, we want to cooperate in that action. That's why.
Yep.
I have an ICE issue at my house.
What?
Well, it's because you drank too many cocktails.
No, I'm saying my ice maker no longer works in my refrigerator. They want to charge me $600 to fix it.
To fix your ice maker?
Just buy a new fridge.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just.
Well, it's like $2,000.
Really? I say this all the time. Yeah. I say this all the time, Harry. I have a Whirlpool, like one of those white ice boxes downstairs. That's 45 years old. You know what I mean? And
make them like
that'll run forever.
It has never once failed me. It keeps all my beer cold. It has never once failed me. I've gone through 3 since 2016. I've gone through 3 smart refrigerators. In 10 years, I've gone through 3 smart refrigerators.
Junk.
Because, to your point, one little thing goes wrong with it. It's like, well, the part is $600, or we can sell you a new one for,
They're engineered to break.
100%.
Yes.
I feel for him. I hate those. I hate smart refrigerators. Thank you.
We're the stupid ones. We buy them.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't, but.
Or you do what my wife did. She buys a separate freezer to put in our garage to keep all of our bulk items, including frozen
that's
meats.
Smart.
That's really smart.
Yeah,
that's smart.
And then she says it's too cold in there, so she tries to buy this thermal insulation for the outside of the fridge because the garage is super cold. And now I'm running a space heater to keep the garage warm.
Insane.
I feel like I'm getting gouged here on energy. I got an extra freezer for meat, and then you want to plug in a space heater to keep it warm. Which is it?
Wait a minute.
They could put the freezer in your office downstairs.
Wait, I was just going to say that.
Here's where we store the meat.
Yeah.
And we have a big storage space in our basement that's like unfinished where we could stick that freezer. But no, it's got to be in the garage where it's it's like subarctic temperatures.
Why do you need a space heater in there to like what?
I guess the freezer was starting to get too cold and then freeze and shut down. I don't know. It's a mess. It's a disaster.
So you're running a space heater in there 24/7?
Well, my wife says, it goes on for a few hours and then it shuts off.
That sounds dangerous to me.
Yeah, of course it does. I know it does.
I think you need better insulation in your in your garage.
Yeah.
Harry, the Golden Globes was last night. Did you watch them?
I did not.
Okay, good.
I did not. I was busy watching the Patriots and the Chargers.
Yes, as most of America was.
Give me Nikki Glaser, baby.
I would like to see what the ratings were for last night's Golden Globes. These are all going to Netflix, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
There's no doubt the NFL smoked the Golden Globes in the ratings. That would be my guess.
Nikki Glaser, some of her monologue. Let's start with 35 here, Phil.
I love this lady.
Good evening and welcome to the 83rd Golden Globe.
He really just took a flamethrower to those phony a-holes.
I love that.
I hate everybody at the Golden Globes. A bomb could have gone off. A bomb could have gone off in that room last night, and nobody would have cared. Nobody would have cared if a bomb went off in that room because these people don't make anything. They don't care about anything. We don't care about them, but we give them awards. They give themselves awards.
Right. And they tell us how to live.
This is CBS. This was her joke on CBS News last night. This is 36. Good line. That's a very good line.
I had mentioned earlier in the show that I don't think CBS is anything remotely close to being central or centrist or neutral or right down the middle. But could that joke be interpreted by the front of the Bill Whitaker stuff, the Kamala Harris 60 Minutes stuff, or because I don't know. Has there been any editing done under Barry Weiss? That to me seems like 2024 election stuff.
They spiked that 60 Minute story when we were off. I mean, I think that might be what she was referring to.
What did I miss? They spiked what?
They spiked a 60 Minute story on, I think it was ICE. I don't remember. It was something, or no, it was some detention center or something like that. I don't remember. But they were gonna run it, and then at the last minute, Barry Weiss, whatever her name is, spiked it.
Oh,
because I guess she thought it wasn't ready for air or something.
ICE detention here in America or detention?
I don't remember exactly what it was, but
all right.
But it didn't air.
It did not air. Okay. It aired in on 60 Minutes in like Canada or something like that, and then it was released through the web.
Oh,
but it wasn't. It didn't air.
Didn't make Sunday night television.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it in I'm Bill Whitaker? That guy? Is he
I'm
doing
Scott Pelley.
Yeah.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
One more Nikki Glaser where she goes after Leonardo DiCaprio.
19. He was on Growing Pains. I forgot about that. That's the 1991 reference.
Yeah, that was the
really.
Yeah,
he was in. I don't know if that was before or after What's Eating Gilbert Grape. What's Eating Gilbert Grape was his first like big movie role. That's a great movie.
Obviously, the biggest being Titanic, and then after that, I mean, what? Catch Me If You Can. Him and Tom Hanks. That was pretty good.
Oh, The Departed. The Departed was great.
What year was that? I'm just trying to think. Like playing into Nikki
2007, 2008.
Okay. It feels like Leonardo DiCaprio had a window from like the late 90s to the late 2010s.
Yeah.
And for 17 years, like I can't name anything he's done. But I'm not some Hollywood buff.
We were talking this morning about the DOJ going after Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He did a long, boring message on YouTube, and here's just some of it. Defending himself, by the way.
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
I'm Jerome Powell with Lifeline.
If you're going to record
abolish the Fed.
Yeah. If you're going to record a video, can you finish eating your oatmeal before you shoot it?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, my God.
My goodness.
But here's the thing. I mean, these quarter-point interest rate cuts, and you've seen now a year in which the Trump administration, whether it's on a monthly basis, whether it's, CPI, whether it's GDP, they continue to beat what the experts predict. Yet this guy is continually a stubborn, fiscally. I'm fiscally conservative just inherently, but this guy takes it to a whole nother level. And I don't know what else. Don, what's the current interest rate at? I know he shaved a quarter point when we were somewhere between Thanksgiving and Christmas, but we were told by the end of 2025, if I recall correctly, we were due 3 rate cuts in like a 3-month window of October, November, December. I don't think we got the 3, did we?
I think we did, but they were not happy with the fact that it was expected that maybe he would cut the rates, by more than 0.25% or 0.5% of that. There would be a full percentage point to make up for things.
Okay.
And comparatively, cutting them right before the previous election when Biden was running against Trump.
Right.
So.
Well, we have February, we have March, and we have April, and then he's out of there in May. So
he's gone.
I think his term is up in the middle of May.
Trump did hire him. I mean, Biden renewed his contract, but Trump initially did. And President Trump has talked about that. He did hire him initially, and then Biden renewed the deal. So then
he made a lot of mistakes back in the first term.
Jerome Powell being one of them.
Yeah, maybe.
Moving on to here to cut 15 here, President Trump. So now we're gonna either make a deal with Greenland or we're going to invade them. Is that
take it over?
I saw this.
Is that what we're?
Well, it shouldn't take more than 3 cap guns and some silly string.
15.
And the policy question: how much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay? I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
There you go.
So he completely contradicts himself. He says, "I'm not gonna do a deal. I'm not talking about buying them. We're gonna do it by force if necessary." And then he says, "Well, if they don't take a deal, then we'll do it." So which one is it? I would argue again, and I said last week, if you purchase them, I have no problem with that. First of all, why does Denmark have control of it? Why do the people in Greenland even allow Denmark to control it? So I have no problem with the purchase, but I would absolutely be against. Let me just be crystal clear for the backbenchers, as Gregory would say. do not invade Greenland and take it over by force. And I know the resources, I know the North Atlantic water, the bodies of water, the shipping canals, all that. I understand what assets Greenland offers for the benefit of America.
The tactical importance.
But going in there forcefully. And again, we could probably take over Greenland with Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, and a bow and arrow. All right.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Right.
Exactly.
But there's just no need to do that.
What do the people of Greenland want?
It's a good
Does
point.
that matter?
Have you ever met anybody from Greenland?
How many people are there?
Is it inhabited?
Yes.
Is there anybody there?
Yeah, there's people
Is it
there.
inhabited?
Yeah, there's people
Yes.
there.
Get off your couch once in a while and look at a globe.
Yeah. Well, there's no college football games.
I was just going to say.
Hey, but you know what? There could be a bowl game there at some point. Don't worry about
College
that.
Game Day hasn't gone there to record their show, so he doesn't know where it is.
You know what? Let's send Kevin Patullo to Greenland.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why. That would be, honestly, that would be like me picking a fight with a 9-year-old. Like, it's just, what does that prove? I don't think it will come to that. I really
Punching
don't.
down?
I understand what he's saying, right? Like, peace through strength. So, like, it's I'm going to say something strong so that we get what we want for America, which I'm totally on board with. I don't think it will come to that. But if it did, I'll be the first one to say it's a bad look. Because I'm telling you right now, the media's good. You thought they ate Venezuela up. Oh, he doesn't have the ability to do that, despite Obama and Biden and everybody else and Bush doing all these operations. This would be I guarantee you from a polling perspective, this would be, as Harry Enton would say, this is a political loser by force.
Do we know that China or Russia are going to take this over if we don't? Or is that just like a nice scare tactic talking point?
The boogeyman thing?
Yeah.
China was new to me. I was always under the impression that there was more likely that it would be Russia than China.
Because it's so close.
But because of the
the
geography.
proximity.
Correct.
Rand Paul weighed in on the Greenland thing. This is 24.
I can get you on Greenland. You said this week you'll do everything to stop any kind of military takeover of Greenland. The White House said that was not off the table. But do you actually think he would use military force, or are we overreacting to that?
I would hope not. But let's say you wanted to buy Greenland, and I'm not disputing that might be something we might want, to buy Greenland. You don't get there by angering and denigrating the people who live there and saying, we're going to march some Marines in and take it if you don't sell it to us. It doesn't make them very willing sellers. So really, if your goal is somehow we're going to rattle the saber and then they're going to sell it to us, I think it's having the opposite effect. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone in Greenland for it, but you'd also be hard-pressed to find somebody in Washington who's for a military invasion on either side of the aisle. So I think there'll be enough pressure to stop it. But the problem is they keep rattling the saber. They keep saying, we're going to do this. We keep this in our armamentarium that we will, reserve the right to invade Greenland. And that gets back to the War Powers Act. That's why this debate's so important, because it's not just about Venezuela. It's about Venezuela. It's about Greenland. It's about Colombia. It's about Cuba. It's about whether or not the people get a say in whether we go to war.
Okay, thank you.
But it's not about war. That's the problem. It's not that's
not going to be a war.
There's no war and there's no real invasion. I mean, with Venezuela, they served basically an arrest warrant and extracted Maduro, who lost the election. With Greenland, what I see here, and even Marco Rubio talked about it, even I think over the weekend, Trump made at least a statement that he was quoted. I'm not sure if there was video or audio of it, but in this one, what they keep saying is that we have a contract. We, the U.S., we have a deal with Greenland, but that they're not keeping up their end of the deal by keeping it secure, and it's vulnerable right now to China or Russia just taking it over, and then you would have to deal with them. But the thing about it is, with NATO in place and Greenland is a NATO member, I just don't see that this, with NATO in place, that they would ever actually do this. I think this goes back to art of the deal. I think it's a negotiation.
Greenland Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen. Sounds very beta. And leaders from all five. They have 5 major political parties. That's amazing. We only have 2 in this country. Greenland,
how many genders do they have?
23. And all 5 major political parties issued a joint statement on January 9th, so that was Friday, declaring, quote, "We don't want to be Americans. We don't want to be Danes. We want to be Greenlanders or Greenlanders." So they don't like the fact that that Denmark controls them.
They don't want to be controlled by anybody.
But they are.
But they are.
I mean, they're
Yeah, that's the thing, they are.
and I should so Denmark, obviously a founding NATO member, and so Greenland is part of, like, I guess you would call that collective because they're run as part of Denmark, and that's all part of the deal because they don't have a defense. Greenland doesn't have their own army, right? They're defended by NATO, and so they're also under this NATO contract, and so they have to deal with it. I just think Greenland's defense, the responsibility is by Denmark, but I think that the Trump administration is currently worried about the fact that they're really vulnerable. And so what do? Once again, this would be a disaster. What are you going to do? What are you going to do if Putin or if Russia or China, what are you going to do then if they put their boots on the ground and say, "Yep, we're putting our flag over here,"
Right.
and now
Then
what
you
are
gotta
gonna-
back.
Then
now
you
it's
do
after the
have a
fact.
war.
Yeah.
Then
Right.
then you are drawn
Yes.
into conflict.
Exactly. So that's what I
yeah.
see, that they're saying that's way too vulnerable and it's too important. Militarily, it's too important, and not for nothing. But I think also Greenland is very attractive because as the ice is melting, we've been learning about the fact that they have all of those rare minerals.
84% in a 2025 poll support independence from Denmark. An overwhelming majority oppose becoming a part of the United States. One poll found that 85% of residents specifically reject a U.S. takeover. There you have it. Doesn't say what poll that's from, but who knows?
They could do a lot worse.
Dawn, can you talk to us about Marvin E. Cans, please?
Of course, my guys, Marvin E. Cans. You know, the thing about it is that, my guys, if you're looking for an honest HVAC, person to come in, I'm signed up on the plan with Marvin E. Cans where every 6 months they come on, they check the unit, they actually change the filters, all of that. And they installed our water heaters. Our Pico bill went way down after they put in those new Bradford White water heaters, which we're really happy about. But you've heard me talk about Marvin E. Cans heating and air conditioning for more than a year now. And the all-in-one Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split they installed in our lower level office due to poor ventilation, it has been a game changer. It's a ductless unit, Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning. We love it. And the issue is this time of year, you want to make sure that no matter where you are in your home, that it's just toasty. It's warm. The humidity is low for us, especially in an area of the home where it's a home office, where we have camera equipment, where we have audio equipment. We need to make sure that that's fully temperature controlled. But because we didn't have the proper ductwork in that part of the house, we didn't know what to do. So they really came up. It was Jonathan Cans who came up with this great solution. We are thrilled. And so you got to visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans at marvinekanz.com. Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tastykake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tastykake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tastykake wherever snacks are sold. Tastykake. Accept no substitutes.
Harvest your financial freedom in 2026 with a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union. Earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with no withdrawal penalties, giving you flexible access to your funds. Explore other savings options, such as our competitive share and IRA certificate accounts, to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Gold is now over $4,400 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike and Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh yeah, super busy Monday here on Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenslin, Greg Stocker, Harry Mays with us as we are just approaching the halfway point of a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
A lot of unrest, uprising happening in Iran. This is cut 5. Thousands of protesters, you can roll this, filled the streets of Tehran on Sunday amid ongoing anti-government demonstrations across Iran.
More than 500 killed.
More than 5, yes, thank you.
500 killed?
Yeah.
More than 500.
More.
Wow. Yeah. By the government?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You don't rise up against that regime without there
No.
being death in the streets.
Off with your head.
It's mostly peaceful, though.
Lindsey Graham is pitching a tent
Oh.
at the
Oh.
thought of going to war with Iran.
He's just reupholstered his entire house
Yeah.
with slip covers.
Yeah, that video's like porn for him.
Absolutely. This is cut of leather.
Yes.
The worst member of Congress.
But I want him to be considered. He's the modern day Hitler. He's a religious Nazi. He's a horrible person. It's time for him to go. The people want him to go. Trump has done what Reagan did. Reagan went to the Berlin Wall and said, tear this wall down. Donald Trump picked the people over the Ayatollah. Donald Trump says the best way to make Iran great again
Oh, my God,
is
he's
for
got
the
a MIGA hat.
protesters to
Oh,
win
man, he's
and
got
the regime
merch.
to come down.
MIGA.
How do you do that? Whatever action we're going to take, Mr. President, needs to embolden the protesters and scare the hell out of the regime. If I were you, Mr. President, I would kill the leadership that are killing the people.
Great. Oh,
You've
good.
got to
Great.
end
Good.
this. If it
Jeez.
ends
Yeah.
well, then peace breaks out. All the state sponsor of terrorism activity stops.
Why don't you go,
Hezbollah,
Lindsey?
Hamas, they
Why don't you go
away.
fight?
Israel and Saudi
You don't have any
make
kids,
peace, a
so-
new day in the Mideast.
'cause, you
If
know,
the
you're just waiting for
Ayatollah
that
hangs
perfect
on,
gal.
it's a giant Obama step backwards.
You could
I
just
have
send a
faith in
drone
you,
in
Mr.
there.
President.
Yeah.
I have trust in you.
Yeah.
You are the Ronald Reagan plus of our time. End this.
He's-
End this
he-
will. Stand with the people.
He's
Mr.
lathering
President.
up Trump's ass. So,
Yep.
so Trump goes to war with,
Oh, my God.
with Iran.
Oh,
he's a despicable human.
I know, I
You
can't
want
stand him.
you want to do that? Go fight, Lindsey. How about that? How about all your family members? Why don't they go fight? Why don't they go do it? You dick.
Wow.
I hate him. I absolutely hate him.
Yeah, he's not my kind
Is
of
it-
guy.
Is it lathering up or lubing up?
Lathering,
Which is it?
lathering. You know,
Okay,
when you're smooching, you
Okay,
lather up
gotcha.
the ass. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Lubing would be a completely different.
That's a
thing.
totally
Yeah, it's
different,
completely
different thing.
different thing.
Man. And Bartiromo just sits there, staring into her monitor.
Yeah.
As Lindsey Graham makes a plea to Donald
She look
Trump.
kind of like Aaron Burnett.
Yeah.
By the way, where does it end? I mean, Russia kills people that speak out against the government
Yeah.
or disappears them.
Yeah.
That
Why
would be
don't
a
we
big fight.
why don't we remove
We're
Putin?
not doing any such thing. Trump says that one of the headlines, this is NBC News headline. Trump says Iran wants to negotiate and is weighing strong options to respond to the deadly protests. At least 544 people killed in Iran as security forces try to quash the unrest. And so the true scale, NBC reports, the true scale of the crackdown yet to become clear amid an internet blackout. So
This is Iran's problem, not ours.
well, and we've done nothing. I mean, we're watching this. I mean, they're
Well,
monitoring it, but
It has to do with Israel.
well,
course,
it also
of
has
course
to
it
do
does.
with it also has to do with
Netanyahu's
we
been-
cut off
has
their
been pitching this
cut
tent as
off-
well.
We've cut off their oil from Venezuela because remember these ships. I think it's 5 now that we've confiscated. We're headed for Iran, and so now we're cutting off all of those links. And just as President Trump said on the campaign trail, he said that during his first term, Iran was broke. When they were broke the first term, you didn't hear much from them because it's tougher to, wreak havoc in the world.
Yeah.
And so that's how he does this. It's peace through prosperity, but the prosperity not for everybody.
Think about the Democrats right now. They're loving this. They've got protests in the United States. They've got Greenland. They've got protests in Iran. And this is perfect messaging for the Democrats as all of their dopey people that watch Yahoo and Facebook and 9 minutes of MS Now and a 3-minute clip of Aaron Burnett, they sit there and say, oh my God, look at the unrest around the globe. This is the
This
Democrats
never
love
happened
this.
under Biden.
Right. Even though,
Yeah.
of course, Russia
Yeah.
invaded Ukraine under Biden.
Right.
All of this stuff is a direct impact and effect of the incompetency of the last
Right.
administration. But again, they'll frame it like there's upheaval because Orange Man's the president of the free world. That's their goal here.
Yeah.
They're sitting. Have you seen many Democrats come out and say much the last couple of days? They're just putting their feet back up and watching all the upheaval in Minneapolis, and they're great at messaging, right?
Let's give Minnesota to Canada. What do you think?
Fine by
I mean,
me.
seriously, would we really miss Minnesota?
I offered up California, New York, and Illinois to Greenland last week.
Well, watch Minnesota because reportedly, yes, in Minneapolis, you're like Philadelphia and blue cities, but reportedly, because of the Somali scam and word of that, and that's continuing with those crackdowns, Democrats and the Democrat governor, for example, that's why Walz basically resigned from his reelection bid because he is increasingly very unpopular across the entire state of Minnesota. So the media coverage focusing, yes, on blue Minneapolis, but the rest of the state is not pro-Democrat.
Yeah, and that's a great point.
This is a quirky state. I went to college there. I mean,
just to give you a little further context, I think they only won. Democrats only won by, I think, 100,000 votes in the state of Minnesota. So to your point, outside of the Twin Cities, I mean, it's very close.
Right. They're conservative outside of the city.
Right, which we all, we get that in most states, right? Georgia's a red state, except for Atlanta and the outer perimeter.
Michelle Tafoya lives in Minnesota.
Yes.
She's as right as can be.
And she's impossible to book for a radio show, too.
I know. We tried.
Is that right?
You know her if you could. But she may run for Senate there. That's what everybody's wondering, if she's going to run for Senate.
Oh.
Harry, the My Pillow guy.
Harry,
I'll tell you what, if I was a Minnesota voter as a Republican, I'm going Michelle Tafoya over the My Pillow guy.
By the way, I am not for going to war with Iran, but I might be for going to war with Newark. Because
New Jersey, correct?
Newark, New Jersey.
Not
yes.
Newark, Delaware.
No, Newark, New Jersey.
No.
The city hall down there raised an Islamic flag.
Yep.
Newark, New Jersey. Newark, New Jersey.
North Jersey.
Wait, isn't it against the law to raise another flag for like that? Like at a state building or something?
You would think so. They did it in California too, in Richmond, California.
Oh,
a week or two ago.
Walz did it in Minneapolis.
Roll this. This is Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Look at this. All right, so no going to war with Iran, yes going to war with Newark.
Where's that governor? Where's the governor-elect?
Oh, my
What's
God.
she have to say about it?
Yeah, what is that? Is it Ross Baraka still, or is he termed out? I know he was recently.
For the mayor.
Yeah.
But no,
I'm talking about the governor.
Well, the funny thing is,
Mikey.
She's not even the new governor yet. Is she? I mean, that's the thing about Phil Murphy. We never hear from the guy.
Yeah.
No.
You know what
where's
I mean?
he at?
He's
writing his
Is he
memoir.
in Italy or
Is he at Royal
Germany
Farms
or
picking up some
somewhere?
Prosecco?
New Jersey.
Go to Warstocker, lead the charge. You can be our Lindsey Graham. Go into
Let's
Newark
go.
and go.
I'll
and
go
run
up.
amok.
I'll go up the turnpike with you, Stocker.
I'm gonna yes.
Road
I'm gonna,
warrior. Let's go.
yeah, Road Warrior.
Harry.
We'll ride our bikes up there like the kids in Stranger Things.
Good one.
Yes.
I like it. I'm in.
You would have been a great character in Stranger Things.
Oh, totally.
You were
I had walkie-talkies. I was all over the place.
You were in high school when that film is created.
By the way,
Yes.
can I just put you on the spot here for a second, Harry? At 8:42, we have Sean Farish is going to do it. I believe Mike Opelka is going to do it. Dawn has committed to doing it with her with her kids. Will you?
Dawn is committed.
Will you do what? Yeah, I definitely want to commit, Dawn. Will you commit to doing the bike ride with us in July for the families behind the Bad Children's Foundation, the 65-mile bike ride?
Well, I sold my bike about 2 years ago. I don't have a bike currently.
Well, what if we get you one?
Yeah, or do you have a senior golf tour that you're on that week?
Yeah, well, no. July is actually kind of a slow month for me, so I could probably do it.
Wow.
Is that going to interfere with your British Open viewing habits?
Well, it might. It might. Depends on what weekend.
I am pulling out no stops this year. This year we're gonna have the biggest team we've ever had. I am not shy. I'm gonna ask people. Right? I'm like, why are you not riding with us?
You may need to secure, because Harry's a capitalist. You may need to secure a talent fee for Harry to
I can
participate.
do that. I can absolutely do that. But then the problem is then am I paying Sean? Am I paying? You know what I mean? So
right. I don't want to get you in any
but
trouble.
Harry.
But I used to cycle.
I know you did. I know you did. And
I could do that.
You're on the wagon this month, so like I'm thinking you're in.
Harry was you were a track and field guy in high school, right?
Cross country.
Track, yeah.
That's what I did.
So can I can I pencil you in, Harry Mays?
Pencil me in.
All right.
Keyword pencil.
No, I'm going to hold you to this, pal.
Make sure you have a good eraser on that number too.
And by the way, Mikey Sherrill, she is sworn in January 20th.
That's what I
the 1-year anniversary of Trump's inaugural
next Tuesday.
But she will be sworn in as the new governor of New Jersey in Newark, New Jersey.
Well, since we're on New Jersey, why don't we do this is cut 22. These are new bills that have been introduced by New Jersey lawmakers
this is fun.
This year. Would you guys like to hear some of the new bills that have been introduced by New Jersey lawmakers?
Let's do it.
In 2 words?
New Jersey.
This is just a few of them. Roll this.
Bill number 1 puts prison inmates wherever they want based on their gender identity, not their actual biological sex.
No.
Bill number 2.
Pause.
Let's
All right.
14-year-olds.
Let's vote. Yays and nays. let's go around the room. Dawn, yay or nay?
Nay.
Gregory.
I mean, we don't have to do this.
Yeah.
Like, we know it's all going to be nay for all of these.
Nay.
No, you never know. This show is very unpredictable.
It is.
I say yay. Let them do whatever they want in prison.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
I say nay.
Go nuts. Yeah.
All right. Roll it.
Well, Edna
Health treatment.
Correctional Facility for Women. Remember that big scandal because you had women getting raped by biological males.
Right.
So it's not this is horrifying that they're still going with this.
Yes.
Rewind it back a little bit, Phil, if you can. There we go.
All right. So we all say nay except for Harry on A 1975.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the next bill.
Biological sex. Bill number 2. Let's 14-year-olds get mental health treatment with 0 parental involvement. Bill number 3.
Stop it right there. A5796. Annual meeting required for. I don't know why that says homeschool.
No, that's the next one.
Okay, that's a different one. So
yeah, there it is.
Mental health treatment. So we're not talking about chopping off your breasts or your penis to change your gender, but seeking mental health treatment without
parents' consent.
At 14? No.
What do you mean no? If you're a freshman in high school and you think you need a little mental help,
Here in Pennsylvania,
I mean, I'm all for parental rights.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah,
you have to, for the nurse to give, my kids like Tylenol, they have to have parental consent.
Okay.
New Jersey wants to come. This is all part of it because they want to come in between.
Oh,
the parents.
okay. Yep. You know what?
So that if your kid comes to school and says, "I'm a furry,"
right?
Today,
Got
my
it.
name is Johnny, not Julie.
Yep.
Okay.
Then parental rights are out the door.
I changed my vote. Good point. I didn't think about it from that perspective. Negative.
Yeah.
Yes.
Parental involvement. Bill number 3 forces every homeschooled child and their parents to meet with the district every year for wellness checks.
No, that's the point of being homeschooled, to get the government out of your education. I don't need
wellness check.
I don't need your checkup.
Oh, the government is going to check on your
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Number 4. This lets 16 and 17-year-olds vote in school board elections.
Stop
Bill
There
number
you go.
5.
School board elections, not regular elections.
Well, yeah, but that's the beginning, Heather.
No.
Yeah, okay, that's the
no.
tip.
That is a
That
no.
is-
In fact, who
full-
was it? Phil, what do you got? Premature
No, he's
clicking back?
I
Come on.
like this. I don't like him. I don't like to have to. He's thinking for himself. I like this.
All right, should we just play them all and then we'll comment on them?
No. Just rewind it and say what you're going to say.
We got 4 hours here. Just settle down with the itchy trigger fingers. My God. No, we've been talking about raising the age to vote. I don't want.
Right.
I don't know that 26-year-olds are qualified to vote, much less 16.
The Democrats want 10-year-olds to vote. Are you
of
kidding
course
me?
they would.
But the problem is that yes, these 16 and 17-year-olds, the school board determines their curriculum, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But at that age, they're like, hey, who's going to give me, free this and free that? They're not, like if now these people are appealing to 16 and 17-year-olds, they're going to change their messaging, like free this, free that, and I was like, okay, I'll
free
vote for that
Sprite
person
at lunch.
Exactly.
Yeah. My dad was the president of the school board when I graduated. I would have voted against him if I had the option.
I could just see Old Man Mays in Berks County on the.
He handed me my diploma.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What were those school board meetings like in the early '80s out in Berks County?
I have no idea.
Yeah?
No idea.
A couple of wooden desks, some chalkboards. Rolling in on
martinis
once a month on a Tuesday night to go over the issues of the issues of the marking period.
All right, keep going.
Vote in school board election. Bill number 5. This gives full taxpayer-funded health coverage to illegal immigrants.
Keep rolling.
Yeah,
we don't even need to stick
Bans
with that
police
one.
from even working with federal immigration authorities.
No.
Yeah.
Bans
Bill number
police,
7. It forces racial and gender quotas onto corporate boards.
No.
Great. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Wait. Say that again. It forces what?
Forces
gender quotas on boards.
On private boards.
Mandates racial and
forces racial and gender quotas onto corporate boards.
No.
They're private boards for a reason.
Yes.
Bill number 8 dumps another $100 million into forcing high-density housing onto every community in New Jersey. Bill number 9
great ideas.
It forces insurance to cover abortions and gender-affirming treatments.
No.
Bill number
There you
10
go. Out.
puts people with serious criminal convictions onto jury duty.
Remove disqualifications. So we're going to allow criminals to be on a jury and then probably favor and side with the defense attorneys.
Right, to decide the
there's
fate
a reason
of other
why,
criminals.
Yeah, there's a reason why we have a thing called the voir dire process. Why you have, preemptory challenges and things like that. Because you don't want biased hacks on your jury. You want.
Did you learn that in your 5 months of law school?
3 months, Harry, and I
3 months.
also learned that in undergrad at Temple.
Wow.
Who's the former
criminal justice major?
What's the Lynn Abram, the former DA, taught me.
Oh yeah.
I love Lynn.
We just talked about that.
Yeah,
we just talked about her.
Love Lynn Abram. By the way, we have Bonfiglio on the line here.
Oh, cool.
We got Harry, we already have a bike lined up for you.
Is that right?
Wayne Bonfiglio from FOP Lodge. Wayne, what lodge number are you? 58?
Lodge 56.
56.
56.
What's happening, Wayne?
Not much. So, hey, Harry, just to let you know, Nick has been borrowing a bike for the last couple of years, and now it's lost in his storage bin.
What?
So,
no, wait, hang on a second.
saying-
Wait, hang on a second, Wayne. You didn't tell me that. You lost it?
He took the
no,
bike.
It's buried somewhere in his storage bin.
He's hideous. Yeah, hideous.
And he's probably not going to find it until January 5th, July 15th.
Yeah.
2 weeks before.
And I'm gonna be the master of ceremonies this year and not ride. I'll just see you guys. I'm gonna hand out sandwiches from Wawa. Actually, Wayne, you know what I would love to do with you this year is ride around in your big truck with the siren going, and we'll go from stop to stop, and I'll re-up and reload all of the Uncrustables and bananas.
We can do that. We can make that happen.
No, Wayne. He's riding. You're the captain. You're the captain of this stupid team.
No, the Somalis took over. I'm no longer the captain.
Hey, Wayne, was Sheriff Bilal in charge of guarding?
Guarding the bike.
Don't even go there. Don't even go there.
All right, so you think you could, if I bring the bike out of the dustbin, I can give it to Harry, and then
I'm not taking your bike.
It's a good bike.
Yeah.
Well, Harry will.
Oh, it's a great
change
bike.
the seat.
Yeah, you can sanitize the seat.
You're riding, Kayal. You are riding.
All right, I guess I am.
Yeah.
This is an order.
All right, well,
So do we have a bike for Harry, Wayne?
Give me a couple of weeks. We'll see if we can locate one.
See.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Very
We'll make
good.
it
Thank you,
happen.
Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne.
You got it.
Love
All
you,
right.
Wayne.
Nice.
There he is.
See you in July.
love you, brother. The great Wayne Bonfiglio.
Wow.
Family's behind the badge.
See, you make a statement on these here airwaves, Harry. Man.
Things happen.
Things happen.
There's two things that this audience is passionate about: correct grammar and bikes.
Right.
Dawn, you know what else we're passionate about? Windows, doors, and siding with our friends at Chapman, right?
Yes, because, I only talk about companies I actually use in my own home. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding being one of them for many years now. If you've been thinking about replacing maybe your entry door, or what about your patio doors? January actually is a great time to start planning this. Spring, it'll be here before we know it, thank goodness. And this is the perfect season to start enjoying that upgrade like that and thinking about it. What I love about Chapman is how hands-on they are. From design to installation, they're going to walk you through every single step. The high-quality craftsmanship always really shows, especially with the doors. The difference in curb appeal, security, energy efficiency, that's immediate, obviously. Right now, Chapman offering 10% off, which makes right now the smart time to start the conversation. So if new doors are on the list this year, my advice is simple. Just visit my friends at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, and learn more about my friends at Chapman Windows Doors and Siding. Do this today. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The Start Something New sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $499 a month for 39 months. Or get 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude or a 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport Willys for just $389 a month for 39 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Experience Casino Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9 o'clock here on this Monday morning. Final hour brought to you by our good friends at Wawa. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa. Coming up today, 6 o'clock tonight, the debut of the Rich Zioli podcast, which means from 3 to 6 to, how about that? 6 to 7 p.m., leading you right into Jimmy Fallon's show. And coming up from 3 to 6 today, Rich Valdez. So we've gone from Rich Zioli to Rich Valdez and Mary Walter.
Nice.
On this Monday.
Yeah, we'll be doing a little rotating cast of people for the next little while here until a decision is made. But we have a lot of interesting combinations, a lot of interesting people coming up in the next couple weeks. So make sure you stay tuned 3 to 6, because it's all people that you've come accustomed to hearing on this radio station because they probably filled in. You know what I mean? So
you've got Mary Walter along with Daniel Valdez's dad, Rich Valdez. No relation, I don't think.
We need more likes, Stalker.
Oh, wait, hang on. Are we lacking?
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Just one day I'd like to not have this pandering activity.
It was pointed out on the chat. Too,
Yeah.
by,
Stop looking at
Stevie
the.
Big.
What are you, Bruno and Robin? What are you doing in the chat?
215 likes. That is a disgrace, Harry. That is an absolute disgrace. I need everybody to stop what they're doing at 9:02. I don't care if you're at the office cubicle.
Pay attention. Get off the iPad.
I don't care if you are driving to work. I don't care if you're in a meeting and watching us on listening to us on your earbuds. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit the thumbs up button. I need two. Let's just be honest, Harry. I need 200 more people to get on over there.
Get to 400.
Oh, wait, we need 400. We got 400 a bunch of days last week. I need to keep that going. So I
need my second refrigerator in the basement, not the garage. Okay?
I need 200 people right now. Get on over to YouTube and smash that like button. It's free. It's free. And please hit the subscribe button too while you're there. So let's go to some of the Sunday shows, shall we? The Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry was on. This is let's start here with cut 8. Apparently, this is he was on with Jake Tapper, State of the Union. Apparently, Minneapolis has been on this glorious, amazing comeback, and this is just a setback.
Yeah,
it's just a setback, and we don't need this in the state of Minnesota. Roll this.
Mayor, what would you say to somebody who says, look, these ICE agents, they're also law enforcement. They're doing a job that they were sent to do by President Trump and Secretary Noem. They're not there because they want to be there. They're there because they were told to be there. And if people have an issue with it, that's true. They shouldn't be protesting the ICE agents. They should be protesting outside the White House.
Well, I think that's probably a fair point in that, look, of course you need to enforce laws, of course, but there's also a requirement that you carry out laws and carry out enforcement in a constitutional way. And what we've seen is that people are being plucked off the street indiscriminately. I take that back. There's discrimination only to the extent that they are Latino or they are Somali, and then it feels indiscriminate thereafter. We've got pregnant women getting dragged through the street. We've got high schoolers just getting American citizens, by the way, getting taken away. And so, yeah, I think it's a fair point to say, well, these ICE agents are being put in a horrible position because they're asked to do things that are not legal or are unconstitutional. But here's the thing. They're still doing them, and we are still dealing with the repercussions here in this city. Minneapolis has been on this glorious, amazing comeback.
From what?
And this is just setting us back because we've got to deal with it.
Yeah.
So, no, look, Minneapolis, we're going to get through this. We had 10,000 or something people protest peacefully yesterday. We have thousands and hundreds of thousands of people that are standing up for their neighbors right now. We have people that are not taking the bait of this Trump administration because they all know, we know, they're looking for any excuse to come in with greater force and occupy our city. We're grinning down this bear. We are doing right by our city and the people in it, and we're not backing down.
So Mayor Fry says they're making an amazing comeback. Many of us
From what?
From what? With
Yeah.
two functioning eyeballs, from what we see on our television or our social media feed, it looks like a continual de-evolution into a third world hellhole, whether it's illegal aliens, whether it's Somali neighborhoods that have these bizarre daycare centers that nobody can seem to verify. I think it was also on Kristen Welker. He did the circuit yesterday.
He did.
I think he was on with Welker and saying, oh, no, there is fraud. The fraud's real. But this is after months and months of denying that there was fraud.
Quickly, I'll say this, that the Philadelphia Inquirer this morning reported that in Minneapolis, those protests turned violent. So I don't know what he's referring to, because they said that they did turn violent.
Well, sure.
This is interrupting his promo tour. He's going to be on the cover of Beta Male magazine for February.
I know.
You mentioned the Welker thing, and we'll get to the protest in a second because I have some sound from some of the protests that happened over the weekend. But he did make the rounds. This was Meet the Press, where Kristen Welker asked if he bared any responsibility to bringing down the temperature because, he used the F word.
Twice.
He called it murder.
Get the F out of our city.
Roll this.
You told ICE, quote, to get the F out of Minneapolis. We are now seeing major protests all across the country, as you well know. I know that you've seen them as well. Do you bear any responsibility as a local leader, Mayor Fry, to bring down the temperature right now?
Oh, here we go again. Temperature.
Of course, I bear responsibility to bring down the temperature. That's part of my role as mayor. And by the way, protests here in Minneapolis are peaceful. We had 10,000 or so people that were protesting and marching yesterday, and virtually all of it was very peaceful expression of First Amendment rights. And, to those that are offended, I'm sorry I offended their delicate ears, but as far as who inflamed the situation, I dropped an F-bomb and they killed somebody. I think the killing somebody is the inflammatory element here, not the F-bomb, which I'm sure we've all heard before.
See, Jacob, this is where you have it twisted. I killed you because you tried to kill me with your vehicle. That's the way this works. I can't believe it's actually in Chicago. The chief of police has now doubled down again, saying that he stands with ICE and you do not have the right to use your vehicle in that manner. I mean,
good for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. He's like he's the Kevin Bethel of Chicago, basically. Yeah.
You played Doc Rivers earlier. How about Warriors coach Steve Kerr?
Harry loves himself some Steve Kerr.
This is Coach. This is cut 19.
You know, Harry, it's pretty sad.
It is terribly sad that she died, but just go watch game film. Okay.
You know, the Warriors haven't had a winning percentage above 60% in 4 years. Maybe worry
right?
about why you have such a mediocre basketball team with so many Hall of Famers on your roster, Steve. You know,
when's Popovich going to weigh in?
Oh, I know. That'd be the trifecta, wouldn't it?
That'd be the trifecta.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why is it always basketball coaches too, by the way?
Because they're all social justice workers.
Okay.
Yeah.
They stand for social justice rights.
Yeah.
Except for, the times they're told to just shut up and dribble when their business partners are committing atrocities across the planet. You know, I think it was 30 years ago when Steve Kerr was on the Chicago Bulls during a famous practice that Phil Jackson was demanding they toughen up. So Steve Kerr really tried to defend Michael Jordan hard in practice, and he elbowed him pretty hard in the chest. And it led to Michael Jordan punching Steve Kerr right in his face and giving him a black eye. I think Steve Kerr probably has some permanent brain damage 30 years later from MJ hooking him.
He's still harboring resentment.
Yeah. Yeah, it was from everything I'm seeing, it's cold-blooded murder.
Yeah.
Put your glasses on, dude.
By the way,
run a pick and roll.
Harry, we're only up to 281 likes, and
that's really sad.
It's really sad. It's really sad that we're at this point.
Get up, Harry.
People are resisting.
They are. So I need 120 people right now to get over to YouTube and smash that thumbs up button so we can get to 400 likes. Okay, 120 of you. It's not that much to ask.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard. Thank you very much. Okay, let's do this.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club on this Maze Monday. Today's selection was sent in by Jacqueline.
Another new one.
Jackie. Thank you. Can I call you Jackie?
Jackie Heinrich.
Jackie, thank you for the selection. She says, Greg, I'm a loyal listener who enjoys all of you. Attached is a video, which I think is a good candidate for the Fight Club. I live in South Jersey, but I'm not sure at which casino this occurred. Nevertheless, I found it extremely entertaining, and I think your audience will as well. Give it a look. Jackie, may I call you Jackie? No problem. So today's selection...
Where's Jackie?
Was sent in. So this is at a one of those slot machines at a casino somewhere. Not sure where. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll it.
Action at the casino.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Smashing the head into the slot machine.
She asked for it.
That's a dude on a chick.
Hey, hang on. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
yeah.
two.
Wow. Those are my comps.
Yeah.
Those are my comps.
Yeah.
Those are my free spins.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the stomach stop before the figure four.
Ooh. That other woman wasn't even involved.
Oh.
Stop. It is not worth it.
Ooh. There's big Braun Strowman.
Yeah, Bronson Reed breaking it up. Jeez almighty.
That woman just took a kick to the head. She gets right back up and goes to the machine.
Hey, man, when you're on a heater gambling, nothing can slow you down.
Exactly right.
Wow.
Oh man.
So that's so I'm assuming that's Atlantic City, correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But it
was that the Wheel of Fortune slots that Tony Bruno made so famous?
Yep.
I don't think this was Vegas. I think this was probably somewhere in our listening area.
Doesn't look like Parks.
No.
Looks very low budget. That might be like the Trop.
Ouch.
That left was solid.
How about the stomp to the stomach? Oh, look at Now, did that security guard kick her too?
That's
right
a security guard. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna have to defund the security guards now.
He's allowed to get a shot in.
they're making his life difficult.
Matt Bartlett said casino on a cruise ship, most likely. Yeah, that's a good pull by
call.
you. Yeah.
Royal Caribbean.
I was just Carnival
or Carnival.
Carnival
yes,
probably
yes,
with all the degenerates that are on
Not the cruise that Dawn goes on.
No, conservative tours. Absolutely,
nobody's gambling on that tour at all. Unless I get invited.
All right, we have some of the video and audio of some of the protests that happened over the weekend. We will get to that on the other side, Kayal.
All right, rolling on. Kayal and Company. Harry Mays with us for a little while longer, and we're back after this.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Listen up, Folknary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand, so make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper and chairs. And now, you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers. Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples.
Rolling along here on this Monday, the 12th of January, Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, Greg Stocker, Harry Mays with us for a little while longer on the cut sheet. We've got Today in Music History coming up from Phil Almquist. And also, the Big Three from Dawn Stenzel before she takes over at the top of the hour.
A lot of these anti-ICE protests happen over the weekend. New York, Minneapolis, just to name a few. Los Angeles, I think.
Philadelphia.
Let's just go through some of them. Let's start here with Cut 7. Obviously, the most salacious ones are the ones that make the headlines. Roll this, Phil.
Hey, money, go up with guns to face you guys. We got your time for an armed resistance against the United States of America. Take your mask off, bitch. This is done. We're done. You shot a woman in a wheelchair. Mask off, bitch boy. We need come back with weapons. Go to the gun store. get a gun, learn how to use it, and face you guys man to man.
Well, either Triple H is going to sign him to a developmental contract, or we just found Jeff Stoutland's successor for the Eagles' offensive line coach. My God.
Yes.
Who Ice shot somebody in a wheelchair? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, wheelchair. That's what I heard.
I haven't heard that story yet.
And pregnant women are being drugged down the street.
Wow.
Allegedly.
That's a lot.
I think it's dragged, by the way, not drugged.
Oh, yeah. Drugged.
Yeah, far be it from me, but that's fun, though. I like playing that role.
Drugged is what Cosby did.
Ouch.
Wow, well played.
Yeah.
And we don't take any pride in saying that as Temple alum.
No, I do not.
All right, let's go to cut 6 here, Phil. It looks like cars are trying to. What are they doing? Stand in the way, or they're trying to?
Yeah, they're obstructing.
Yeah.
What a mess. Can you imagine living in that neighborhood?
No.
Oh, God. Looks like a nice neighborhood.
Yeah. Now, of course, a Subaru blocking the intersection.
Of course.
That's nothing new.
Yeah.
So the ICE agents are in a SUV, and there's people surrounding them with phones screaming at them, and there's cars in the way trying to block them from going through, right?
Mm-hmm.
Video journalists.
Yeah.
I tell you, if I was 20 years younger, I'd sign up for ICE.
I'd love to know. I don't know that there's an age cutoff. I'm almost certain they do not have a requirement.
I don't know. I've seen some of the. I've seen some of the guys that are signed up. It's not exactly the fittest of the fit.
Yeah, I think they'll. I actually think I could be. I can make the cut right now.
Yeah,
I'm pretty fit for 60.
I might leave this show right now and go to a greater calling. I might become.
Yeah, you should. You should.
Some in the YouTube chat would love that.
I know.
Yes.
Until you see people blaring their horns at me, and then they'd be like, "You know what, Nick? Do what you got to do, pal." Yeah, you're right, though, Harry. I mean, first of all, it's always been cold there. It's always been snowy.
Right.
Yeah, and you and I are golf warm weather guys. I mean, just think about that. It's 13 degrees. You haven't seen your lawn in weeks, assuming you even have one.
You won't for months.
ICE is in your city to remove bad people. And then you've got a bunch of pasty, pathetic protesters that are 58 with 3 hair colors, with stock signs that have been sitting in their closets since the No Kings protest, and now they're out again in your streets. I'd move.
Kristi Noem ended any kind of age requirement. You do have to go through medical screening, drug screening, a complete physical fitness test. But they waived the age limits and encouraged maybe retired law enforcement especially to join up. I will say that the law enforcement agent who they've doxxed and released his name, even though officially his initials are JR, he, by the way, a military veteran, decorated military veteran who served in the Iraq War, but has all kinds of commendations for his service to our nation.
Yeah, he's the guy that was dragged in the summer.
He was dragged.
Yes.
100 yards.
By the way, the best. This is the best audience in radio, and the YouTube chat is the best YouTube chat in all of YouTube chats. We're like 60 away from 400, and like we were at like 200. So I really appreciate everybody going over there and hitting that thumbs up. But I need. We're not there yet. I need 60 people right now to stop what they're doing, even if you're in a meeting. Tell your boss, I have to wait. Stalker says I have to go hit the thumbs up button. So let me do that. So I'll give you an excuse. I'll write a little doctor's excuse for you. Like
get up off the couch.
Yeah, forgive Joe Blow for leaving that meeting early. He had to hit the thumbs up button. Trust me, they'll be fine with it. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the thumbs up button. This woman says that she feels wrong for paying her respects to Renee Good because she's a white woman who's privileged. So yeah, I know. In the bingo card, that is social justice, Nick. You have to follow along.
So I'm assuming this woman that feels bad, her and Renee Good both have the same beliefs.
Yes, 1
but
billion
because
percent.
Renee Good was white, it lessens what she did.
She's conflicted.
She's conflicted. Thank you, Harry. She's conflicted because she's a white woman with privilege.
Yes.
Right.
This is the hierarchy of the victimhood pyramid.
Roll this.
So I mean, I'm just walking around, kind of just dazed because I was like, I don't know if it's the right thing to do. It feels kind of wrong being here in some way. I don't know why.
Why do you think? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, like where that stems from. Like I mean, part of it is being like a white woman that. I'm privileged, and I have a lot of privilege.
Yes.
And a lot of
so I feel like white tears are not.
You look privileged.
Always something that's helpful or necessary.
Wait, hang on a second. Pause it for a second right there. White tears are not helpful.
Yes.
White tears.
Not at this moment. No.
I didn't realize tears were.
They don't count.
I didn't realize the tears were white and black and Asian.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God, these people are so
Of course.
stupid.
Yeah.
This is
Ideological
Dude,
tears.
It's a disease, man.
I need
It
I need one of those whiteboards, and like just to keep a chart, like keep a
I don't know. A whiteboard might be
know.
racist.
You're right.
We used
Dawn,
to use
Harry,
black,
you're right.
We used to use blackboards back in the day.
But
Right.
just to keep track of all this nonsense, white tears are not helpful. Renee Good, not okay because she was a white person with privilege. I'm just
Even though her mom was paying her bills.
just trying to keep track of all this. All right, keep going here.
When black and brown people have been experiencing this
Yeah.
for a long time. This isn't new for them, and so I don't know if that makes any sense
It
in that
doesn't.
way.
How did you decide that you should be here? Or are you still figuring that out?
Well, I work like 2 miles from here, so driving by, I don't, it was like I'm here. I'm 2 miles. I can stop.
Well, I work 2 days a week, 6-hour shifts, and
I would take the black and brown people. She can leave. Seriously, we need less of her.
I know. Just you know what? Let's just take all white liberal women and give them Greenland.
Give them to Greenland. Yes, exactly.
Greenland will be like, please,
Yes.
no.
We need to. We should deport white women.
Shafe asks, can she identify as black tears? I guess he could. I guess he could identify as black tears. This protester said that she'd rather be at home smoking weed.
Well,
and asked why.
Who wouldn't?
And asked why she's out there. Roll this.
Would rather be at home smoking weed.
Ordering DoorDash.
Yes.
But why can't you be smoking weed right now?
Because goddamn Nazis! Goddamn Nazis!
Yes.
She needs the extra wide sign to hide her
How long
girl.
do you plan to be out here?
Oh, we're actually headed back to the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smoke some weed, eat
There
some
you go.
Cheetos.
She must date. She dates Big John, the guy that would threaten Frank Scales.
She'd rather be home smoking weed, but she has to be out because of goddamn Nazis.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I decided
Those
to
damn Nazis.
I decided to ignore the goddamn Nazis, and I stayed at home and watched football all weekend.
Right.
Hell,
And you're better for it.
We have, Dawn mentioned Christy Nome. She was on one of the Sunday shows as well as Tom Homan.
Does she wear her cowgirl hat?
We will play that on the other side. Dawn, talk to us about Piazza, please.
Yeah, because you got to kick off your new year on a high note with a new or certified, or what about a pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And Piazza, here's the power of Piazza that I always talk about. They carry more than 3,500 new vehicles, 1,600 pre-owned vehicles. That's at any given time. Yes, that includes the brands that you hear me talk about all the time, like my Honda, my Herv, but Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, plus pretty much any other brand that you can think of. That's the selection I'm talking about. And by the way, if you're doing your taxes, remember that if you have that car loan, you want to check out if you're eligible for the Trump tax cuts, and that involves the writing off the interest on those new vehicles. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, Piazza, PiazzaAutogroup.com. You want to search Piazza's new as well as pre-owned inventory or to find that dealer nearest you. You know, we're grateful to once again I'm able to broadcast, and we all are. We're able to broadcast right here, Odyssey World Headquarters from the Piazza Premium Automobiles and PiazzaAutogroup.com studios, Piazza, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40. Hi, everyone. It's Dom Giordano, and recently I had the chance to sit down and chat with Marine Colonel John Church at the watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about the impact Navy League Philly has. Take a listen.
So, Colonel John Church, you have quite a background. Also, you worked with the Navy League in Ben Salem High School.
I did. I taught there for 5 years. Absolutely loved it. Great opportunity. Great students. Great support from the staff. I have subsequently retired, turned over to Colonel Dave Mills, and I know they're doing a great job. And we, as our Navy League, supported them financially with the donation last year, which they are very grateful to receive.
What's the focus of the Navy League you think that our listeners should know about that they want to support?
Sure. We're always recruiting kind of things that veterans can bring to our organization. And I'm happy to serve and very, very glad to be here.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to InvestorSchooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to InvestorSchooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, InvestorSchooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
9:36, Phil Almquist on his way. We'll get to what occurred today in music history off of a weekend in which we are now down to 2 surviving members, I believe, of the Grateful Dead.
That's right.
Harry, were you a Deadhead back in the day?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I went and saw them a few times in the 80s, and I actually hung out backstage at the Tower with Bob Weir back in 2014.
Love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Greg's got his tie-dye.
Yeah, Greg looks like Bill. He looks like Bill Walton today.
That's right. I'm rolling.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm wearing my Dead shirt with the tie-dyed sleeves.
I think the 2 drummers are the only 2 left.
They
Bill
are.
Kreutzmann and Mickey Hart.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, Phil, if
Harry,
you know what?
Harry, you and I should be friends, not you and Nick.
Yeah.
You and I have way
Exactly.
You and I have way more in common than you and Nick do.
Yeah, I'll hang out.
All right.
Hey, good luck.
Absolutely.
Good luck getting him out, Harry.
Well, for Harry, I would.
Ouch.
Harry's a radio legend in Philadelphia. I mean, come on, man.
Well, speaking of radio legends, H-Share has become a legend in the ratings and also in his own mind. But since H-Share also has not been able to book Greg Stocker on this week in music history,
yeah,
maybe since Harry flexed a little musical knowledge, he could book Harry Mays.
Harry's busy.
I'm down.
I was gonna say Harry's busy on Saturday nights, but not this month because he's doing dry
It's cold.
January.
Yeah, and it's cold and I'm dry.
Yeah, so's Minneapolis.
Are you doing, Kayal? Are you doing dry January? Or are you gonna?
No, I'm going right through April 4th.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
You're dry too?
Yeah. Well, I mean, a little moist this morning, but I got a sweatshirt on and it's a little sticky in here. But yeah, I'm going.
So you've quit?
Yeah, I haven't
For the
had
month.
I haven't had one since New Year's Day was Thursday.
Yeah, I was New Year's Eve was my last.
Yeah, New Year's. During once Alabama scored 3 points, I poured a few.
Oh, jeez.
And they still haven't scored since. Yeah.
Some of the Sunday shows here. Chrissy Nome was on State of the Union with Jake Tapper. About Chrissy, Tapper asked Chrissy Nome about calling Renee Good a quote domestic terrorist.
Sound like you said Tapper ass.
That too. Let's start here with cut 28, Phil.
You've also been criticized for your comments. The shooting, we should note, was Wednesday at 10:37 a.m. Eastern. Just over 2 hours later, the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement definitively asserting what had happened, defending the ICE agent, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. That's a characterization that you reiterated in a press conference half an hour later. Now, Republican Senator Tom Tillis said, quote, "It was very unusual to have a senior law enforcement official to draw a conclusion about an event where the scene was still being processed. Generally speaking, law enforcement would recognize that a life was lost, that families are changed forever, the shooter's life will change forever. We're collecting video. We're trying to assess the situation." Why did you not wait for an investigation before making your comments?
Well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth. This administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors and knew the facts and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
But with all due respect, Secretary, the first thing you said was, quote, "What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow
Correct.
because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle." That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened. Those officers had been out in enforcement action. A vehicle had been stuck. They had come to help get that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the
before
woman
this
attacked them and surrounded them and attempted to run them over and ram them with their vehicle.
Blocked the road for a long time and was yelling at them and impeding a federal law enforcement investigation. And that's what you need to focus on, Jake, is they were breaking the law by impeding and obstructing a law enforcement operation.
Good
they were
right there.
breaking
Good
the
right
law
there.
already.
He's got to keep the narrative going. though.
He's the last person I would go on for CNN after his little charade the last 4 years about denying everything and then writing a book saying we got it wrong to profit off of your lies of 4 years. So let's play a little logic test here. If a Muslim gets in a U-Haul truck and drives it through a crowd, it's considered an act of terrorism, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when a white chick gets in an SUV and tries to drive through law enforcement, it's not appropriate to call it domestic terrorism? Somebody explain to me the difference. One guy believes in the Quran driving a deadly weapon into human beings. Human beings were not meant to be hit by moving automobiles, right? That's why they die. That's why deers die, right? Deer.
It's not.
Deer. Deers.
Domestic terrorism, same thing. You're driving a vehicle into law enforcement.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, Did anybody not see the rest of the videos? That lady was in that purple Honda Pilot in that same spot in the road for 3 minutes and 38 seconds. I don't know about you, but that seems like obstruction and impediment to me. She wasn't there getting an oil change at Jiffy Lube. But they're just gonna continue to paint this narrative. I mean, I played it for you in the Big Take this morning. I don't know if that was body cam footage or cell phone footage of the agent that was struck. You saw it from the first-hand perspective, from the person. What else do you need to see?
I'm curious how much the morning shows this morning spent, and I don't mean like radio, I mean like TV. I'm
Good
curious
Morning America.
to see how much they spent on this this story. And because as we know, narratives die very quickly here. This was all anybody talked about Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, and then all of a sudden it kind of went.
Well, once the other angles of the video come out, then it starts to die.
One more here from Jake Tapper. He plays footage of January 6th. And he says that, it does seem that we support law enforcement until it comes to Trump supporters, and then we don't. He's not wrong. He's not wrong in what he's saying. Roll 27.
I want to ask a question about the rules of how law enforcement is allowed to engage when feeling threatened, per your assertions. Because I want to show some video to you right now and ask, what is the appropriate response for the police officers in this situation?
Playing footage of January 6th.
Those are law enforcement officers being physically attacked. By this standard,
how do we know that's not an
would
FBI
any of those
guy
officers
doing it?
being justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on. That they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president
make sure
pardoned
that they're
every single
facing
one of those people.
consequences and make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground. And that's one thing that President Trump has been so focused on, is making sure that when we're out there, we don't pick and choose which situations are and which laws are enforced and which ones aren't. Every single one of them is being enforced under the Trump administration, and the clarity of the law stands. And if people don't like it, these members of Congress and elected officials should go change the law and make sure they have that debate and policy change.
I just showed you video of people attacking law enforcement officers.
Not with a car.
Undisputed proof, undisputed evidence. And I just said President Trump pardoned all of them. And you said that President Trump is enforcing all the laws equally. It's just not true. There's a different standard for law enforcement
Ashley
officials
Babbitt got shot,
being attacked if they're being attacked by
What
Trump
was she
supporters. We just saw that.
This individual and these instances and these investigations all have to be taken and done correctly in context of every situation that is happening on the ground. So what we are doing today as the Department of Homeland Security is out there with our law enforcement officers, making sure that we're targeting the worst of the worst and that we're talking factually about each situation and making sure that we're bringing those perpetuators of violence back to justice, bringing them to justice and making sure they face consequences for their crimes. We'd love to have the partnership of Mayor Fry. We'd love to have the partnership of the Chief of Police and of Governor Walz every day when we're out there to make sure they tone down the rhetoric and they do the right thing for the people of Minnesota.
All right.
I support law enforcement over Republicans and Democrats. So for me, it's very simple. You put your hands on an officer, I don't care what your political agenda or party is, they have the right to do what they need to do to get the situation under control and kick the you-know-what out of you, in my opinion. But most importantly, see, the difference is this is where they try to, broad brush everybody from January 6th. The ones that assaulted law enforcement officers deserved what they got. It's the ones that did nothing wrong.
Were they all pardoned?
I don't know.
I would not pardon anybody that committed a violent act against a cop. Now, if you had your rights violated and you were arrested and you were denied due process while doing nothing wrong other than merely
being there,
other than merely walking in there, which is not a crime in itself. You can walk into these buildings, anytime you want for the most part. Those people should be pardoned. But if you charged and knocked the cop over that was holding a body shield, threw something, punched him, sprayed him, whatever, me personally, forget what Trump did. I can't control what he does. I would not pardon you. Those people would not get a pardon.
Right.
In my world.
Yeah, there was another point where it actually got heated, and Kristi Noem, fired back and was talking about Jake Tapper and the media not being fair with their coverage, and she was great in that. To me, I would say that it's a cheap shot to take somebody who's in a current administration. She was not in the previous administration. Obviously, she was a governor,
right?
And so you're asking somebody who's an official now, 10 years later or whatever, many years later, to comment on a previous administration rather than speak about the relevant issue.
True.
And so, in this one, I will just say that it's bias by omission with that regard. And so that's what she calls later. She was pretty good, and she calls him out. She remains very calm, and that's her executive experience as a governor. I think she is very good.
She's very
with
stoic.
The media.
She's
Yes.
very stoic.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because you knew what Jake Tapper was trying to get there. And it's a good point.
Dawn, she's not good with the media. J.D. Vance is good with the media. Marco Rubio is good with the media. She's not good with the media. She's terrible with the media. Her and Pam Bondi are terrible with the media.
She's not.
No, she absolutely
she's not.
is.
Play the
She
whole
absolutely
interview.
is.
I mean, you're playing. And this is the problem, that you can play one part of one interview and one part of another. Listen to the whole thing in the context
Yeah, I'll
of it.
sit here morning drive and play an entire interview. That's compelling radio, Dawn.
I think she's
I think
she's
I
better.
tweeted out that-
She's better than Bondi.
She needs a cowboy hat on.
No, I'm done with that hat. Stop
Yeah?
there. Enough of the cosplay. You have no law enforcement background.
I'm all about it.
Well, in certain settings, I'm about it.
No, I mean the bottom line is that in the media, and here's the problem: everybody's getting played because they're dividing everybody over these issues. But nobody's talking about all of the fleecing of America, the Somali corruption and fraud that went on, and now they're looking at other states, and we'll find out more about that. Number one, and number two, the fact that this never should have happened. That's the bottom line. That officer, the ICE officer, who, by the way, is basically an Iraq war and military hero, and now he and his wife and children reportedly have had to move out of their home because they've been doxxed and identified by mainstream media. Okay?
Yeah.
That's wrong. That's horrible. And on the other hand, he never should have been there in the first place. And so just zoom out, America. Look at what's happening here. He never should have been there, and Renee Good never should have been there. The whole thing is messed up. And so we're going to argue over a video and when the wheels are powered and all of that. We're all getting played.
Are you not
We're
sold
all
on the
being
fact
divided.
that? Are you not sold on the fact that that was a righteous shot?
I'm simply.
You're giving Renee Good a little too much rope
No,
here.
I'm not.
This could have been avoided if she just didn't do what she did.
But they never should have been there in the first.
Yes,
Nick,
of course.
think
but they
about
were.
who's motivated.
But they
You've
were.
got Governor Walz, who no doubt has received a target letter notifying him that he is under federal investigation and could go to jail for fraud. And I'm talking to the tune of billions of dollars. And so who benefits better than having all of this hot mess and
this is
all
great
of this
for
chaos?
Walz. Yeah, this is
who
great.
benefits?
Yep.
Walls. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a shame.
The almost vice president of the United States.
And Democrats in general, because nobody's talking about the economy. Nobody's talking about all of that fraud that was exposed and the whistleblowers who have been trying to come forward. And this exceeds, by the way, Minnesota. It's coming. We're going to hear more and more about this with these NGOs, and Elon Musk was the first to talk about. Yes, but also across the country.
Yeah. But
you think just Minnesota and California were doing this? Come on.
You make a good point. You make a good point though about Kristi Noem not being a part of the first administration. That's like Jake Tapper interviewing Nick Sirianni and trying to pick at him like why Doug Peterson and that regime
Doug P. did
something when he was not
or
not
Chip
even
Kelly.
Right. Two totally different administrations. The administrations are completely different.
All right, we have to break. Thank you, Harry Mays.
Yes.
Goodbye,
Thank
Harold.
you. Yeah, Dawn did not believe I'd still be sober today. Last week, she doubted me.
She did. She did.
I
And
will,
she's
I will no longer doubt
And
you.
she's still doubting you. She doesn't think you're going to make it to January 31st.
Hey, next Monday's the 19th. You'll be more than halfway home.
That's right. And I'll be in Florida.
Oh, God bless you, man.
Save me a seat. I'll be there in 20
Yeah,
years.
not
that
invited.
is. All right. Get out of here. There he is, Harry Mays. We'll come back. We'll get to what occurred today in music history. A big 3 from Dawn, and then the Dawn Show starts in just about 7.5 minutes.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company. 9:57, The Dawn Show, just 3 minutes away. Big 3 coming up momentarily. A-chair, ready to go. Box 4 activated. Harry out, Phil in. Why? Because now.
Were you a Dead fan, Phil?
No, I was not.
Okay.
Although I respect the band immensely, I just was not a big fan.
I
Really?
saw somebody.
I would have thought you were.
I saw somebody say that earlier. Dawn, were you a Grateful Dead fan?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
My old man used to listen to him a lot. He was a fan of the Dead and the Who.
Yeah. A man of his generation.
That's right.
The boomer generation, like I said earlier, that climbed the ladder and kicked it out for the rest of us. F the boomers. Thank you.
And
holding on to power for too long.
And
the boomers stink.
And gave me a bad heart.
We did. Think about this. We're going to go, Dawn, I truly believe this. We're going to go right from a boomer president to a millennial president. Skipping over Gen X completely. Right?
Millennial
Because they held on to power too long. Right, Dawn?
Who's the millennial?
Well,
if it's J.D. Vance, he's a millennial. If it's AOC, she's not a millennial.
but Marco Rubio is...
Marco Rubio's not going to be president.
No, Rubio's an extra, though. Yeah, you're right. Vance is 2 years younger than me, so
because they held on for power too long. Thank you.
Jeez.
Yeah. And then they bought a bunch of houses 17 years ago they couldn't afford.
Exactly.
The banks screwed us. I should be living like a king right now. Instead, I'm just schlepping by, placing $25 parlays and losing, eating ramen noodles.
And working for Odyssey.
And working for Odyssey.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 12th, we celebrate the birthday of Rob Zombie, who's now 61. We also lost Maurice Gibb from the Bee Gees in 2002, Robbie Bachman from BTO in 2023, and, of course, Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead over the weekend. Signature Rapture by Blondie in 81, Me and Bobby McGee by Janis Joplin in 71, and The Real Me by The Who in 74. Album include Led Zeppelin's debut in the U.S. in 69, The Nature of the Beast by April Wine in 81, and By Your Side by the Black Crowes in 99. Also in 96, AC/DC kicked off their Ball Breaker tour. In 93, Van Morrison became the very first artist to not show up at his Hall of Fame induction dinner. In 72, the Police had their first rehearsal. So you want to keep clapping, Greg, over there?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. In 85, Metallica, Wasp, and Armored Saint were at the Tower in Philly. In 88, Dio, Megadeth, and Sabotage were at the Spectrum. In 74, Steve Miller was atop the singles chart. And on the same day, Jim Croce was atop the album chart. But lastly, on this day in 2013, Black Sabbath announced the upcoming release of their first album since Forbidden in 95. The album, of course, was 13. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
2 Rob Zombie notes. Dragula, love it.
Great
also, he did a great job in the Mike Myers Halloween version that he rebooted twice.
He did. Absolutely.
Yes. Yep.
No question.
Love Rob Zombie. All right. Let's get to Dawn Stensland and her Big 3.
It's the Big 3 with Dawn Stensland.
Sponsored by Special Olympics PA this morning as we look at what's going on in America. Number 1, I'll begin with Trump talking. We've talked a lot about the president and what he's been saying about Iran, but let's take you to some of the other topics. This is Trump talking aboard Air Force One late last night, leaving Mar-a-Lago, heading back to D.C., asked about his meeting with those top oil execs Friday afternoon. Now, he had talked about it all week. We know this was an anticipated meeting as Trump is trying to drum up a lot of support and a lot of investment into Venezuela. So this reaction by Trump after ExxonMobil CEO Darren Woods told the administration at a roundtable event with other industry leaders that Venezuela is, quote, currently uninvestable. citing weak legal protections, past asset seizures, too, in fact, and the need for major changes to the country's hydrocarbon laws before ExxonMobil would ever consider re-entering. So after the CEO said that, listen in as President Trump talks about Exxon.
No, I didn't like Exxon's response. We have so many that want it. I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out. I didn't like their response. They're playing too cute.
Playing too cute. Says they should be excluded from any future U.S. involvement in Venezuela's oil sector. He was not happy. I watched this thing. I was monitoring this, and I thought, do you have to say it to his face right in front of everybody? Just boom, it's uninvestable.
They love to interview him in that same spot all the time. And have you ever noticed there's always an administration member
There's
kind
Caroline
of peeking around the corner? Usually it's Rubio on the left-hand side of your screen or Bessent, and now it's Levitt. Very odd.
Yeah. Well, no, I think maybe the reason somebody is always there just as a backup.
In case he stumbles on something or doesn't have the answer.
Unless he wants to pivot to them.
Okay, yeah.
I think.
Yeah. That's aboard Air Force One, correct?
Yes, aboard Air Force One. It was last night. They had, in Mar-a-Lago, there were reports, and we're trying to get the latest, there were reports of some kind of a perceived threat or some kind of device that was suspicious.
They had to change their route.
And they changed the route.
I saw that.
So we're looking at that one.
Citgo is the company that has Venezuelan ties, right?
I believe so. Boy, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the interesting takeaway for me was how many companies are actually anxious to go back there, that they raise their children there, that they actually are looking forward to heading back. But some of them had to flee, obviously, during Maduro. So, but he was not happy with Exxon, so we'll see. I think Exxon, obviously, the CEO has to answer to a board, unlike Trump and his company. If you think about the difference, President Trump never had a board to answer to. I think there's a real difference with that. Most CEOs, if you have a publicly traded company, you've got to answer right to somebody and to your stockholders. You want to look like you're the tough guy, and you're not serving the government. You're not serving Trump.
Right.
You got to serve those who invest in your company or your board, et cetera. You got to answer to them.
Maybe those independent franchisees that own a Hilton or McDonald's should realize that before they make political stances, knowing that it's a corporation and they have board members to answer to.
But
Geniuses.
I still think when Trump said they're too cute, you know what I mean? I think they all know the game, right? And that's part of this.
Well, the oil companies put the infrastructure in for in Venezuela, and then when Hugo Chavez took power, pushed the American influence out, and basically it became state controlled. I'm being cute with the wording there, but it basically became state controlled, and then so now the oil companies just want to reap back what they invested in.
Sure,
right?
A lot of people that lost out on their investments.
Right. So to my point, what's my point then? In other words, they won in the courts. They were the ones that were the contracts were violated, right? And so they got ripped off.
Yeah.
So what's happening now? ExxonMobil, fool me once, fool me twice. They've been ripped off twice, not once but twice. And so what Darren Woods, the CEO, is clearly what's going on here, right? Is that he's saying, what are you going to do for an insurance policy? Because I got to answer to people, and this would be, fool me 3 times, right?
Yep.
So it's a negotiation.
Yep.
And Trump is saying, no, I want you guys to put your neck out. To me, that's my interpretation of it.
Citgo used to be the big orange logo, right? If I recall.
Yes.
I have no idea.
I haven't seen a Citgo around in decades.
By the way,
do they still exist in the United States?
I have audio, and I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this tomorrow, I think, basically saying that it's going to be interesting to see this trial happen in New York for Maduro. And there are some people that believe that it won't go on, or there might be a technicality that throws it out, because there are people in higher power that don't want the drug trafficking from Venezuela, the cocaine and all that, to stop. And the CIA might be involved. So I had it on the cut sheet today. We never got to it, but I will get to it tomorrow.
Well, some do believe the largest drug dealer on the face of the planet is the United States government.
Well, I mean, if you watch all the shows, like some of the best shows, I think that's the allegation, right? That the CIA was behind the crack cocaine epidemic
in the 80s.
Brought it to L.A. Like that whole. That's it, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just take you also Trump talking. We're still under number one as he's aboard Air Force One. He also talked about Greenland. Listen in.
Greenland. Is there anything they can offer you for a deal?
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you? Either like...
Yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Are you okay if that compromises NATO? If NATO effectively ceases to exist?
I'm doing a great job. I'm the one that saved NATO. I'm the one that got him to pay 5% of GDP. Wait a minute. It was 2%, and they didn't pay. Now they're paying 5%. I'm the one that saved NATO. You wouldn't have NATO if I weren't president.
I think Trump looks at this as a win-win-win 3 different ways. A, he doesn't like NATO.
He's exhausting.
B, he wants the resources from Greenland. And C, he's got the power. He's got the military power to do it if push comes to shove, which I'm not in favor of. But I don't think he looks at this in any remote way that he could view this as a loss for him in his line of thinking.
Okay, this is the part where Dawn Trump-splains.
I think I just Trump-splained for you.
Well, I think that what he's doing here is
3D chess.
He puts
5D, Greg.
He does this. He'll put something out. I mean, he'll put something out there like no tax on tips. He'll just riff basically. So he's saying this. He knows we already have a contract. We have a contract that says we can have as many military bases as we want, right? We're as part of NATO and Denmark and all of this. We have a deal with them. He's negotiating in real time, and so that to me that's what this is. He floats this. Then they poll
like
on
releasing reports too early, like he did on Friday.
Perhaps. I mean, I think he.
What came out Friday?
The jobs report that Dawn was touting. He released it. Set the markets all up in the thing and released it before they should have been released.
Yeah. I was tuned out by that point.
And his excuse was, well, they send me things and I post it. Like, okay, shouldn't you have a little bit more self-control there, President?
Boy. Could you imagine Greg Stocker having to tell Trump
God.
Not everything?
It's like you. It's like you with the ratings information.
Yeah.
I send an email out 5 seconds later. It's on social media where I don't want it to be.
Yeah, that's another archaic thing that needs to go away in this format.
Yeah, nobody's asking your opinion, employee. Do what I tell you. Thank you. I don't really mean that. I'm being a jerk.
Of course he is.
I'm being a jerk.
I'm just trying to get out of here and get on the Schuylkill.
No,
now at 10:10, people have
10:10.
takes.
Yeah.
Takes.
So-
Have the takes at 7:10 and 8:40 and
See,
9:20.
Unlike you, I care about everyday part.
So there. Let's take you to. I'm going to make a confession. I, like many Americans, I am obsessed with the next story that I'm going to talk about.
Uh-oh.
The Tale of Two Weddings. This is definitely some kind of a Netflix docu-series.
At least it's not a Melania trailer. I saw another Melania trailer on TV. I wanted to gouge my eyes
Don't
out.
talk about Melania. She's the best, most beautiful first lady.
I saw it
ever.
on CBS, by the way, so Barry Weiss must have
See?
approved that. For all the
That's right.
people out there.
She is the best, most beautiful. Have you seen some of those dogs who were first ladies before?
I'm
Then
not
you
saying,
have Melania.
I'm not saying it's a
She's
bad
a
look.
lady.
It's a
She's
great look.
beautiful. All right, number 2. We'll take you to this one. These murders in Ohio took 10 days to solve them. Everybody wanted to know this beautiful young couple, the Teppes. So Spencer Teppe, his wife Monique, and of course their video was, all their friends and family had video of the wedding. This lovely young couple, their 2 children, gunned down in their home, and execution killings Of these two, she's Monique, 39, the husband Spencer, 37, upscale Columbus, Ohio community, Wineland Park. What happened? Who killed them? And the killer left their 2 young children, their toddler 4-year-old and their little 1-year-old, alive in their home.
Oh my God.
Who killed them? This has been this mystery that's captivating it. Now, the alleged killer, her top surgeon doctor ex-husband, will be in court today.
Oh boy, it's always
Crazy story.
So
It's
a
always the
dentist,
ex-husband.
a dentist that's married a woman who used to be married to another dentist.
No, she used to be married. They were only married 2 years, from 2015 to 2017. She was married to her surgeon husband. Then they divorced.
Okay.
Then years later, I think she didn't marry the current husband, or the Spencer Tepe, so she married him in around 2020-ish.
Who's a dentist.
So
she's married a surgeon and a dentist. She knows what she's doing.
So in this case, the surgeon, Michael David McKee, he's arrested, actually is appearing in court today, accused of double murder, his vehicle ID'd. And so McKee's car, they say, arrived just prior to the murders, left shortly after. That's from detectives. They said the vehicle was later found near his workplace in Rockford, Illinois.
The Rockford Files.
The Rockford
Oh,
Files.
this is from the Law and Crime Channel.
Yes.
I watch this channel from time to time.
Yeah, there's some good stuff.
Yeah,
on
they
that.
do good work.
I'm obsessed with like true crime stuff.
Yeah.
So like that's
So's my wife.
That's basically all I watch.
She studies these things so she can get rid of my body.
Absolutely.
And avoid detection.
Absolutely.
We don't know the motive, but was this so? The current couple, murdered right around the time that they were planning a huge celebration for their 5th year wedding anniversary. And so, was the motive the ex-husband grieving the fact that she was now going to have this big celebration? Was he sort of stalking her online? That's the theory that's going here. But a very beautiful
Do you know who this is? No. I'm scared.
11 days.
Wow.
So in that one where they're saying she's scared, that was
Yeah.
actually a party that they threw. This is like how I know. I'm obsessed with this.
I love it.
So this current couple, the current married couple, the Tepes, they had a lot of parties, very social, and so their life online. And so this is the alleged motive that this ex-husband just that this was just festering, that he's watching his beautiful ex-wife, and she's so happy, and she's throwing parties, and all of her friends and all of her family, and they're having a great time. And he, you know what I mean? And he's just like, ah.
Now, see, if I was a surgeon and I got divorced, I would just be out living my best life because money's no object to me.
She's beautiful, by the way.
She is really gorgeous.
Yeah.
And he obviously wasn't over her.
You know, from watching all these true crime things, and Nick and Dawn, you can definitely back me up on this. It's always a family member or an ex-husband or an ex. It's very rarely like just some rando, some random stranger. It's always somebody who knows the victim. It's always somebody who knows the victim.
Yeah.
So, if all these unsolved murder cases, just look at the family. It's definitely one of the family members.
Well, we want to end on a lighter, brighter note. I'm actually going to go to, if you're listening, I'm going to go to this little kid at the Eagles gone viral.
Yeah.
His name is Sam Salvo. Say his name, Sam Salvo. I don't know if he has a future in broadcasting. Watch out, America. Maybe the 3 to 6 p.m. slot here on Talk Radio 1210. But listen to what Sam says.
Yes, this was a huge letdown. This was my Christmas present, and I got a loss.
Oh, no. You probably would have rather had Cole, huh?
Yeah, probably. I'm feeling two of two things. A, I want A.J. Brown packing his bags, and I want him somewhere else that is not here.
Yep.
I love you, A.J., but, you can't make those drops in that game. And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at, the local McDonald's.
Yeah.
And I don't care.
2 of my 4 moves.
Whenever he's
Yep.
an offensive coordinator, it's like he's flipping burgers.
Yep.
One side, he's cooking. One half, he's cooking. And the other half is completely
He's
raw.
like Chuck Schumer the second half.
Wow. I love that kid.
Right.
Wasn't he awesome? And
Right.
the other half,
There's
undone.
there's the camera's replacement.
I was just gonna say
in 2045.
one side he's cooking, one half he's cooking, and the other half is completely raw.
Yeah, completely raw. Yeah.
God. Unbelievable.
Is he adorable?
That's a talented kid right there.
Yeah.
What a cutie pie. Nick Kayal, does it make you, think about maybe you should go for a son? You have two daughters.
Dawn, I'm too broke.
Come on.
I'm too broke and I don't have any hair left to lose.
Come on,
I'm good.
boys are the best.
I got a 2-for-1 surprise.
Half he's cooking, and the other half is completely raw.
Damn right. How do you like your burger? Half cooked or raw?
By the way, he just summed up in that 33-second clip what they're going to be spending days on WIP.
Yeah, that's right. He might come. Forget the camera. He might come for Rod's job.
Well, the Eagles unfortunately eliminated after that heartbreaking season-ending loss, playoffs ender, San Francisco 49ers. But that does not mean there won't be some incredible on-field performances at Lincoln Financial Field. I can tell you this. Yeah, we're talking Mummers. So obviously the Philadelphia Mummers String Band Association was never able to compete. We saw them perform New Year's Day, right? But we need to know, when are they really going to compete?
When?
Competition on, we have this officially, Lincoln Financial Field. This will be January 31st.
Nice.
2 p.m. We are rescheduled. Tickets just went on sale, and they're affordable, $12 to $25. You can purchase them at Ticketmaster. Yours truly, I will be one of your, hopefully I'm your favorite host.
I was going to ask.
Are you a judge or just the host?
No, Larry and I are hosting it.
Okay.
Wait, hang on.
What?
You're bearing the lead here. So you guys are hosting the
event
competition.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And this will be, so it'll air.
On the field? Like, you guys will be on the field?
We'll be right there. We'll be
Wow.
hosting it.
Will you be hosting offensive coordinator tryouts and kicker tryouts after the Mummers conclude?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver, yeah. Let's just get everything done that day.
Woohoo!
Look at this guy. Look at that mustache. Look at good mustache.
This is beyond me. I just...
Yeah, you're not into it?
I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Really?
No, I don't.
I don't know that I get it,
I
but
love
I
the
don't
tradition.
I don't mind watching it.
I love the tradition. I love the Philadelphia, embraces this. It's the one good thing Philadelphia embraces. But like, I don't know. It's just, it's maybe because I didn't grow up here. I don't know. You know
I
what
didn't
I mean?
either, but New Year's I'll pop it on for a few minutes. I always have it on in the background a little bit. Kind of a tradition. I don't think I would go and attend in person because I'm not like the parade type of guy. But I can do it on TV.
So let me ask you this, Dawn. What is what are they? They're competing and you're judging. Like how does it work?
We're not judging.
Okay.
No, they're setting the scene and commenting. And
I'll repost. You can judge along, so you can watch. It'll be aired again on FM.
You're not going to need a day off for this, are you?
No, it's Saturday.
Okay.
It's on a Saturday.
Just asking.
It's WFMZ, MeTV2.
And if there's any streaming issues,
Roku, Fire Stick, Apple TV.
Don't tweet me asking why it keeps cutting out.
No, it'll be broadcast everywhere, and you can score along from home, or you can come. It's a great family friendly event. I think that's a part of it. And how many events can you go to where you bring the family, you bring the kids? You know what I mean? There aren't many events anymore that you can do like this. So I think that's why it's gaining popularity.
Yeah, well, and it's financially feasible as well.
Yes.
Right? It's not going to cost you an arm and a leg.
Exactly. Yeah, probably one of the least expensive events.
Yeah.
At the link that you'll ever experience, but it's free.
Especially if you catch a good weather day too.
I know.
If it's 43 degrees, it's it's doable, right?
Yeah. Let's hope.
Yeah, there you go.
So there it is. We are sponsored today by the Special Olympics PA 2026 Philadelphia Polar Plunge, the coolest event in the Philadelphia region. Chill at Citizens Bank Park. This is February 21st. Make a splash. Support Special Olympics Pennsylvania athletes at the same time. Visit phillyplunge.org. Learn more. Sign up today. Thank you, Special Olympics PA, for sponsoring our Big Three. The Dawn Show continues. We'll have Frank and Ian in the house. Wait until you hear their inside, behind-the-scenes story of what happened when they were assaulted, they were attacked, they were maced, they ended up in the emergency department. So we'll hear from Serge Philly from our guys, Marion Mass, our favorite doctor. We'll talk about all these lawsuits that are happening now with regard to ACA. You want to stay tuned right here.